Let's wait. We have to sort it out. You have to make a panelist speaker.
Okay, as my colleague Valentin mentioned, ICTs present an opportunity for African countries to address main social economic challenges in a resource-constrained environment. They allow to facilitate public service delivery to citizens and uh, boost cost efficiency, increase citizen participation, improve data collection, and allow integration and centralization of governmental activities. We will provide a brief overview of e-governance development in African countries, because this topic can actually take a few hours to discuss. One of the main topics is digital IDs, because citizens cannot access public services without having an ID. And in Africa, more than 500,000 people do not have a legal identity. So digital IDs can allow African citizens to verify their legal identity to access public services. As of today, 85% of African countries have national ID systems underpinned by electronic databases, and more than 70% collect biometric data to ensure the uniqueness of identities. Another opportunity is digitizing financial services and tax services of the country. As of today, sub-Saharan African countries on average collect only 12 to 15% of GDPs as taxes, which is lower than the world average. And you can see the case of Tanzania, where the e-filing system allowed to facilitate tax payment and to increase tax revenues. IE in governance also presents grand opportunity for African countries, as it can be used in healthcare, in agriculture services, and Rwanda is one of the main powers in this area. Furthermore, an important part of digitalization in public administration is digitalization for disaster management, as African countries are the ones that bear the burden of climate change. And for instance, Mozambique, Malawi, and Madagascar are the countries that are facing tropical cyclones. So they had to develop very elaborate systems to address this issue. For instance, in Mozambique, and they conducted the knowledge exchange workshop after the Freddy cyclone. You can see some infographics of the African countries exposed to climate change. Another important part of e-government development is integration of public services and governmental systems to allow sharing of data between them. Otherwise, it will lead to duplication of efforts and waste of resources. But as of today, only 16 African countries have introduced platforms for government systems to share information, and 11 countries introduced government interoperability frameworks. We cannot develop e-government systems without trying to promote it to citizens if they don't know about it or if they cannot use it. And the main constraints to usage of e-government services are high cost of electronic devices, high cost of mobile data, lack of digital skills, and lack of awareness. First of all, this can be solved by promoting the government services to citizens and maybe setting some incentives for them to use them. And this can be addressed through cooperation with local authorities and communities, post offices, some traditional institutions, and sending equipment to remote areas. You can see the cases of Mauritius and Madagascar. For instance, in Madagascar, Mahotoko helps desks allow to access public services through post offices. They can access public services on behalf of citizens. And our program is actually aimed not only at sharing the Russian experience in development of a government, but also in facilitating the knowledge sharing between African countries. And we have identified several cases when it has been done. For instance, the case of knowledge sharing between Eswatini and Rwanda to develop the e-procurement and financial management systems. The case of Burundi, Benin, and Cameroon, and the case of Nigeria and Rwanda. The case of Nigeria and Rwanda was facilitated by the Korean International Cooperation Agency. A little bit about our program. It was launched in 2022, and we have conducted a knowledge sharing week last December. We are happy to partner with UNECA to develop this program and to assist African countries in digitalization. And we have also published a handbook on governance, which has to be updated this year. And we developed the Governance Knowledge Hub, which has information about main challenges facing African countries in their digitalization and solutions that they can apply to them, as well as country profiles and timelines of e-government development in each country. Basically, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. That was like introductory speech about, well, e-governance in Africa and knowledge sharing on these issues. And then I want to mention that it's very important to a collaboration between state authorities and private sector. And so next to panelists from two different countries, will represent both sides, from this state-private partnership. Now I want to give floor to Pakedi Gatahan, Senior Strategic Advisor, Digital Transformation Program, Ministry of Innovation and Technology of Ethiopia. And I would like to address your question about your vision of partnership with private sector and with other countries. Yeah. What examples of your experience you would like to share with your neighbors or other countries, and maybe you already can name something. What is well example for you from other African countries which you want to implement in Ethiopia? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I am from the Ministry of Innovation and Technology. I'm glad to share my views related to knowledge sharing in line with e-government initiative. As you know, the implementation of e-government in the whole African country is somehow challenged with a number of issues. You cannot imagine e-government without proper infrastructure, internet connectivity, a digitally inclusive economies like digitally included citizens and the like. All this needs some kind of collaboration with other similar nations, be it in Africa and elsewhere. For instance, if we take the infrastructure, which is one of the challenge in the whole African country, I would say the number of citizens which are connected to the internet being in Africa is not that much. You can say that it is only certain persons who are connected to the internet. So if you take access to digital government and the like, it cannot be achieved in full potential because connectivity is not there. As you all know, from the African nations, close to 55% lives in rural areas, and the reach to internet is not there as well. So to support this, there will be a need to have some kind of collaboration with African countries in the form of regional entities like be it ITU and the like. My ministry has been working with other governmental institutions and private sector in order to move the e-government initiatives. We are working with private sector in the development of e-government portals itself, which are supposed to be in a way inclusive of all, which is supposed to be user-friendly, but you know, Ethiopia is not a country of a single language. We have several languages. The number of languages we have is close to 80, but the major language we are addressing is close to 7. So if you take this from the notion of, you know, again, user-friendliness, access to citizens, that is not there. I believe this is a case even in the whole African. If I'm not mistaken, the number of languages in Africa is more than 2,000. And you can imagine giving service to the citizens in a single portal, which is not something that can be achieved right away. So collaboration is very much important. It is not about portals. The portal could be the same. It can be defined in a form of, you know, common project. So collaboration is somehow important to work together in common agendas, and that has to be defined in a number of ways. So I would say that the government is working with several African nations in a form of bilateral and multilateral, you know, cooperation, and that is somehow helping in order to move our knowledge to others, and again, getting the same from the others. And it could be in the form of, you know, common agendas, common cases, and so on and so forth.
Thank you for your answer. Maybe you can add some what are you proud of in terms of e-governance services or something in Ethiopia? Because I already have seen some interesting cases in Ethiopia that you already have done and implemented.
Some cases which are implemented.
Yeah.
Well, let me take that from, you know, as I said, concerning the whole African nations, I would say that there are standing challenges in e-government implementation. Access is one, as I said, connectivity is another one, the digital literacy cases is another one, the political will is a case, another challenge. Most of us used to think that investment in ICT is a one-time job, but the reality is not. Investment in ICT is not a one-time job. You invest for infrastructure, but you have to have budget for maintenance. support, and so on and so forth. So the reason I'm raising this, these are issues which are needs care and needs a political commitment. So if you take some of the projects we have now, which are running, these are somehow being handled in one way. I would say these are not sufficient. Collaboration is really important, but the project I can state as one is, for instance, earlier the colleague was talking about, for instance, digital ID. So one of the key initiative in the government is the FIDA ID, which is an ID system, which is implemented through the digital public good initiative, which is based on open source. So if you take cost is somehow down. Implementation is more or less done by internal staff. So that's one achievement. And beyond that, we have got an e-government portal, which is called eservice.gov.et, which is developed in a way to let citizens and businesses to get information, to get access to service from wherever they are. So that is one achievement, I would say. Concerning the digital inclusion, I assume that most of you knows an initiative from the government related to the 6 million coders initiative. I would say that is a big initiative so that everyone, I would say kids and others are learning the basics of ICT, the basics of coding and the likes, which is really an initiative as well. And beyond that, few months back, the council has endorsed one initiative related to interoperability and enterprise notion. This is one of the issues you were stating, and this is going to be changed into real implementation in the form of buzz and the like. So I would say that is again another initiative, so that our citizens and whoever is accessing service has to go to different service providing stations to get a service. Rather, they can get a service from wherever they are and within a shorter time. I will not say right away, but within a shorter time, as the whole thing is moving forward. So those are, I would say, initiatives internally, and we are working with others as well for the better of the nation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fakaida, for your opinion and for your speech. And also, Mr. Kosam Nesu joined us. He's from Ministry of Finance from Benin. And I want to address, in fact, the same question about your country, well, the cutting edge implementations you already have done, and what challenges you face, and what do you think about collaboration and sharing experience with other African countries?
Okay, thank you. I'm Kosi Amesino. I'm from Benin. I'm from Ministry of Economy and Finance in Benin. Our e-government process starts by the law. We put on the table the law for identification of people. When we finish this process, we provide birth certificate, secure birth certificate ID for every people. Also, it's possible for them to receive also the ID card when they need to do now anything by government or private sector. We will go to our national platform where we have all the service we can receive in local governments, in specific ministry or agency. We can go, it's not necessary for you to go directly there physically. You can do everything now online. Because we have we provide now one interoperation platform called EastRoad, which communicates with all the platform of the different agency and ministry in the country. With PKI outside, we have also PKI to sign all the information we have with your specific ID number Each person have ID number. This ID number is incorporated to your birth certificate, also in your ID card. You have the same thing for every administration paper you need. You have to pay anything, to pay your tax, to pay your school, you need just to provide this number. It's okay, you can have any service you need. For security actions, it's very easy today. You need to pay your SIM card, you just give your number into the operator, they provide to you the card. We are going faster now because we receive support from World Bank, which permits every people in the country to have one card we call CEMOA. The card CEMOA is free for everybody, is free to charge. If you don't have money to have your ID card by 1,000 for this birth certificate and 6,000 for the ID card, you can have card CEMOA and use it for every operation in the country. Buy your card SIM, pay something in the market, and so on. That is the process you have now. The challenge is to let every people in rural area to get that card. And for that, we have duplication of action of this project, the project called WURI. We have WURI space and center in every village now in Benin. Some people are authorized to help others, to help them to take their picture and let them put their specific information online directly and get their ID card for free. If you need to confirm that the ID card is real, we have also one application to verification. For verification, you can put ID card, ID number in that application and see if the person you have in front of you is exactly the person for who the ID was edit. That is the process we have now in Benin, and our challenge is secure everything in finance area, in security area, also to let people have all the inclusion action available for free. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Interesting story about your experience. Have you ever tried to exchange experience with, for example, neighborhood countries or other countries? And this program was like developed only for Benin, or can you imagine, if you have not done that before, that you can share, well, part of an investment, yeah, you spend just for reaching people and so on and doing those things. But for example, developing software, can you share the software with other country that has not implemented that project yet?
I know with Project Uri that we have some action for West Africa. It's not only for Benin. The project is supposed to be for all the West African country. Some key of information is supposed to be shared in the region. But we know ID is something very critical. There are some process to do by country with law, saying the protocol or something like that before share all of the information we can use country by country. But the one thing we see like critical is what kind of information you can share by country, because you have biometry on the information too. Is it possible for us to share all the biometry in the West African region or everyone? Some that I don't know if you can do it, but normally yes. My first time I attended Switzerland in 2009, when I arrived in Geneva, I need to pay my SIM card, and the people who who are there to send to sell me the SIM card tell me welcome. Why? Why do you tell me welcome? You see, you arrived yesterday. Every person in the town know that me I arrived yesterday because the information is shared to some specific person. It's possible also to have that kind of experience in Africa too. It's possible.
Okay, thank you. And now I would like to give panel to Dr. Jimson Olefe from Nigeria. He's holding Africa's Information Communication Technologies Alliance. Yeah? And it's very interesting to hear from the private sector. Yeah. Helping how, what is your experience in and your vision of possible collaboration, not only between private sector and government sector, but also between countries, yeah? Developing governance initiatives.
Thank you very much, distinguished moderator, fellow panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jameson Olufie, still the chair of the Advisory Council of Africa ICT Alliance. This is a private sector-led alliance, a concerned private sector-led alliance of ICT associations in Africa, companies, and professionals, individual professionals across Africa. And it started in 2012 with 6 countries. And today we have 43 countries as part of our membership. And based on our cardinality, it's very okay for me to be able to share that experience in that regard. One of the reasons why we came together was so that we can share experiences and we can also complement the effort of government, particularly the United Nations with regard to WSIS. And in fact, you can say it's an outcome of WSIS itself. And we share best practices among ourselves, what's been working. And today in Nigeria, where I started as the president of the IT Association of Nigeria. We push IT policy for the government, and the government listened. And with that, the process of real digitalization started. Today we have the National Information Technology Development Agency because of that effort. We also have, of course, NCC. We have the ministry dedicated to ICT. We have digital economy strategies and the policy frameworks. Even now, we just have brand new Nigeria Data Protection Commission. So that's the kind of good news we'd like to share through our quarterly e-conferences. We do have e-conferences where we bring in experts from Africa and around the world to speak. In fact, next week, we'll be having another serious discussion on IPv6, the need for us to transition from IPv4 to IPv6, because if we truly want to digitalize, we need to move to the peer-to-peer framework. And that is a huge gap in Africa. So that's how we share best practices. But permit me to put some clarity to what we mean by digitalization, and digital transformation. When you talk about digitization, we're talking about turning analog elements into digital form. So you could scan and keep it and store it. Then digitalization is to use this in your business processes. That is when you have systems networked and people are able to pay, as my brother here mentioned, and we can have e-government, basically. And then digital transformation is when we have attained our full potentials in the use of these services. So in that regard, we've seen we have policy, we have strategy and policy, but we have things lacking like operational plan that has slowed down the process of digitalization itself. Most strategies are in place, but there are no operational plans tied with budget. If there is no such framework, then it will be haphazard. The implementation will be haphazard. That's what we have seen. And we recognize that UNECA take this very seriously with various meetings and even a research the commission that convinced the government that they need to take it more seriously across Africa. Because their research of 2023 showed a 10% increase in internet penetration will enable up to 8.2% increase in GDP per capita. And also the same thing with regard to cybersecurity maturity, up to about 5.4% increase. That is to let our government know that they need to take this more seriously. And I can tell you, the Nigerian government is taking it very, very seriously. In fact, a number of departments are being digitalized, such that corruption is being wiped out in some section. There's more transparency, there's more accountability. So you can easily see what the government revenue, what it is. And with about 80% internet penetration, I think we are not doing that badly. And that is something that I think others need to learn from. Well, in terms of challenges, yes, we have challenges regard to managing change. People don't want change. They just like the old system. So it's a tough one, but we should not relent. It takes time, it takes persuasion, engagement, and we're making progress. Then also data breaches. There are a number of data breaches, but there are a framework in place to address that with the new Data Protection Commission, which has even created an ecosystem, okay, for even the private sector. So jobs are being created in the process, such that we have data protection organizations that go around auditing all companies, because all companies are required to file their audit, data governance audit. So we need to find out whether they have the, for example, data governance council or committee or owners, data owners, and data clearing officers and what have you. And then following the due process in terms of business continuity, in terms of data backup and restoration, etc., etc. And finally, the benefit is tremendous. It creates ease of doing business environment. So ease of doing business is enhanced. Quick payments platform, digital ID. In fact, there's something we are celebrating in Nigeria today, and that is if you apply for your passport, you can get it within 24 hours. That is amazing, something that could take months or a year. So because of digitalization. So digitalization has a lot of benefits. A 10% increase in internet penetration or digitalization has value, bring back money into your pocket, to the pocket of the individual. So it's a great game changer, and I want to encourage everyone to take it back home and enhance their policies. ITU reports show that a lot of our countries have strategies in place now, which is good, but they need to practicalize it, have operational plans. I don't know if everybody that have the strategy have operational plan. So they need to have that so that they can begin to measure or monitor their improvement from time to time, because the gain is so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech. And like usually we say, last but not the least panelist, Dr. Mokhtar Sek, the head of Innovation Technology Sector of UNECA. And first I want to congratulate him with the award he raised yesterday. We are very glad that we are working with that kind of ICT champion. So the panel is yours.
Thank you very much, Valentin. And first of all, good morning to everyone, and also welcome to this session. I think it's very important to discuss e-government. What is e-government in Africa? What are the key objectives, the key priorities, the key challenge, and the benefits? I think all panelists highlight some opportunity of e-government and also some challenge, and what kind of collaboration we can do with other partner like the University of Moscow. Now, e-government in Africa, I think it's very important, even across the world. When you look at the which is action line, and the action line number 7, we have e-government. I'm happy to have my colleague from ITU, Christine, here. Welcome, Christine. Yeah, we collaborate very well in the implementation of the VC's outcome. When we come to Africa, it's the first opportunity now for almost to all countries now work on e-governance. They know the importance of government. They digitalize a lot of service. We can have give the example of Irimbo in Rwanda, where you have more than 100 service from public service digitalized. And Irimbo also is will collaborate with several African countries to implement the same platform. And this shows a collaboration between Africa in the implementation of the successful e-government service. But when we go to digitalization of the tax payment system, it is where government find a lot of interest of this e-government. As you know, when you digitalize your tax service, you can increase your revenue and you can increase your GDP from 1.6%. And it's something very important. And in Africa, a lot of government doesn't collect very well the tax. Yeah. And why they are facing this issue? Because there is no digitalization. And now countries start to digitalize all the tax revenue system, service system. And anywhere you go, you can have this digitalization. Even in the market, you have this taxpayer, then vendor can use. Now it is something very important we can highlight in the continent, and we can encourage also all African countries to digitalize this payment tax. When you digitalize this payment tax, it is not a challenge for others because we need everybody to pay this tax, but it will make more efficient the tax revenue system, and everybody can pay the tax according to the revenue they can get in the market. It is something very important for digitalization for the e-government. When you digitalize the public service, it provides more transparency and more efficiency in the service provided by the administration. Also, the electoral system now is digitalized in several countries, and they conquer to avoid all this corruption and to put in place a right election in several countries. Let's go to the challenge. We have a lot of challenge now in the continent because when you we talk about e-government in several countries. I told you we have an e-government service, but there is an issue of interoperability system, because you have one system speaking on the license, one system speaking to the bank finance, one system speaking to the national ID, one system speaking to the passport, and we need to make all this system interoperable. Why digital ID is important in several countries. Ethiopia is a good case of digital ID, and Benin also, because they try to make interoperable all their system to have one common entry for the e-government service in their country, even Rwanda also. I think the first big challenge for African country is to make all this system, this government system, to be interoperable. And it is, we need for this to have this issue of protocol IPv6, IPv4, and also the issue of regulatory. The other challenge, it is a infrastructure. Infrastructure, when you e-government should provide service to all citizens where you are in the country. And we have seen just sometimes the service is limited to the capital or to the big city, and the rural areas, they don't have access to this e-government service. Maybe to get their birth certificates, they have to come to the capital city or to the regional to the capital of the region to get it. And there is the deficit of infrastructure we have to put in place, and it is one key challenge for the development for e-government in the continent. Another challenge also, it is an issue of digital literacy, because all people are not doesn't have the same level of digital skills. We need to educate people to access to this digital service, even in their local language. And there is a good example you can find in Kenya, in Rwanda, in Tanzania. They use this Swahili language on several digital service, and people can have access easily. Another issue also, it is we need to the regulatory issue, because when you talk about digital services, You talk about exchange of data. That's a sovereignty, that's personal data. We need to put in place a right policy data protection at the country level to give more confidence to the citizen to use the government service. Because some countries they don't want to use a government service because they don't know what the government going to do with that data. It is something I think we have to take into consideration when we develop the e-government service. Another challenge we have in Africa, it is a collaboration. We are living in the one world. We have and also at the regional level, we have several rule and regulation at the regional level, even at the continental level. And we need to have to harmonize the regulation and also to put in place a sound regulation for data sharing. Because when you talk about government, it is a data sharing also. I have information I can exchange with my citizen in outside my country. I can exchange information with another country, and such as for the custom office. And we need also this interoperability and also this exchange, this rule and regulation for the cross-border data. It is some key challenge in Africa for the development of e-government. We all agree that e-government, it is important. It can provide a lot of opportunity for African country in terms of transparency, in terms of efficiency, in terms also increasing revenue and also the GDP, and also in terms of stability, e-democracy at the country level, also e-government can provide this. We have several studies at the UN. We have this UN government survey. We are doing every 2 years with UNDESA, and we also collaborate with University of Moscow to have an annual report on the status of e-government in Africa. And we have also the WSIS report every year on the Africa WSIS outcome. We report on the state of and the challenge facing by member state on the development of e-government service. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sek. And may you share your vision of how some kind of platforms could be established? Should be African Union initiative or just intergovernmental initiatives, or in terms of, we have our sharing program and you supported it, but it is small in terms of continent, and it's not like official for states. So how it can be implemented, these platforms for collaboration between African states?
The country, we have several instruments at the political level. You have the AU data framework strategy. Yeah. We have the AU digital single market also. We have also the AU artificial intelligence strategy. And we have the AU digital transformation strategy. All this, there are framework to support this collaboration between government. But when we come to the technical level, it is between government to discuss to see how we can collaborate to implement or to work together, or to adopt to the same platform at the governmental level. We have some example in the continent where a successful example in the continent, because you are now Rwanda is going to have an agreement with Gambia to implement the IREMBO. The regulation is set up. If you have a right regulation, now you can go to the technical side. The technical, it's open source data you can provide, is up to the country. And also Benin and Togo, you have several similarity. I think you can have one platform. We don't need to have several different platform for the data cross border. You need to work together to have one platform to exchange the data. It is some kind of example we can have at the continental level. And also, when you talk about government, Togo has a very good, developed very good platform for social during the COVID. The Noviso platform, it is a good example for Africa, and people from any revenue in the country can go to this platform and request support from the government. It is some kind of e-government service to support the the people living in the rural area or with disability or with limited resources. Also, we develop one platform we can share also across the continent in the Kaduna state in Nigeria. Jimson know very well the issue because in Nigeria, when you go to retirement, I think you can take 1 month, 3 months, or even 1 year before you get your pension fund. Sometimes you can wait 5 years to get it because you need a lot of paper to provide. And we developed one platform based on e-government in the Kaduna state. Within 10 minutes, you can put all information when you retire, and you can get your pension 1 month after your retirement now. And this is platform we develop in open source, people can use it for other country. We can duplicate it. Yeah. Technically, we have several solutions in the continent. We have a lot of solutions e-government in Kenya, in South Africa for the payment system also, using, of course, blockchain and cryptocurrency. We can now, it is African country to decide what kind of collaboration we can have at the technical level. But at the regulatory framework, at the continent level, we set up all this issue of regulatory law to make sure e-government can work in the continent. Yeah. Even what we can, why we bring, why we work with University of Moscow. It is to see how we can bring more digital support to the continent, to bring more technology to support African country. Because when you talk about e-government service, during 2 years, in Russia, they developed around 10,000 software for e-government. 10,000 software for e-government. And these all applications are open source. And we have this kind of collaboration to see what kind of application African country can take benefits to implement at the national level or at the sub-national level. It is why we have this session today to discuss. It will be more technology if we can discuss more technology, but I think we can't go deep technology to see what is the best solution for Africa, because we have a lot of priority in the continent, and we need to have the best solution for our member state. It is a role of ECA. We support African countries in the policy side and also in the technical side to get the best application and the best policy to take benefits for this technology, e-government, for the prosperity of the continent.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sek. Now I think we have like 15 more minutes. And I would like to invite any from the audience to have a brief note. It could be either about his or her country, or as we see ITU here, yeah, maybe also a very important organization about like collaboration between the countries. If you would like to have brief speech for a couple of minutes, then just name your country and please focus on the issue of collaboration between countries here, because it is the topic of our panel. I see 3 hands. So let's, sorry, Mr. White. Okay, let's start with you. You will be the next one.
Oh, thank you very much. My name is Yaobi Aton. I'm working for ICANN, and I see the exchange this morning very, very interesting. And as mentioned, many countries are implementing e-government. So, but it's very important. Many countries today, we are using internet, and I cannot see a country in Africa without internet. But it's very important to ensure that we have a minimum of security. Like if someone wants to go to a website for a public service, for example, this person is not directed to another website. So I'll put in the chat for those connected a link where you see the state of the countries where they have implemented a protocol we call DNSSEC. We call it DNSSEC. So the action we can do, each of us, is to go there and see if people managing our CCTLDs have implemented that one. We have many countries in Africa not implemented yet. So it is very, very important. So people managing the country code top level domain name, when we go back home, we can check on that website. I'll put in the chat. If it is implemented, it's something they can do. We have capacity in all the countries, I can say today in Africa, to do that. So that is the first point. The second one is to show that Ethiopia has done something very, very important. We as ICANN, we see Ethiopia has the Ethiopia script. In Africa, we mentioned about more than 2,000 languages. So most of the languages in Africa, you have a group using the Latin script, character A to Z. You have some countries using the Latin script, other one using the Arabic script. And in Ethiopia, Ethiopia has developed what is needed, the requirement. So we call it the rule for the root zone, label generation rule. So Ethiopia, they have people from language specialists, computer specialists. So they have completed the steps. So we have what is required technically to have like Ethiopia script, domain name in Ethiopia script. I'm not talking about content. So everything can be done from the URL to the content. The content we have already that in Ethiopia script, but the domain name, for example, Ethiopia has achieved what is needed. The next step is just to take a decision to implement. Now, for that, we have a concept we call the universal acceptance. I'm not talking about universal assets, no. Universal acceptance of domain name. People have to know that today in the world, we have many communities, many scripts that are used for domain names. So if your system is not ready, you may lose a lot of communication with people around the world. We have a lot of domain name, again, not content. The domain name is what we use for the URL and the email addresses. We have a many scripts today. So we have to, when you go back, just go and read universal acceptance. See if your system is ready. If not, you'll miss a lot of communication. So these are what I want to share. DNSSEC, let's see, go back home. Let's see if you are ready in our country. The other one, let's see if our system are ready, because you can have someone send you an email from a character, which is not A to Z with address, and you miss that because your system is not ready. So ICANN is doing every year what we call the Universal Acceptance Day. You'll see the information on the ICANN website. So try in your country to be involved in that, because it's very good that we allow people to communicate and also to put security in what you are doing. And in Africa, I see it's moving very well, and we have a lot of experience people have mentioned today. Thank you very much. It's just a contribution.
Thank you. So, sir, yeah, invite good. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'm Levi Siansege. I lead the Internet Society Zambia chapter. Just, I think, a few comments for me. It's good to go the digital governance way, digital IDs. One of the concerns I've always had lately is it's good governments are pushing for their agenda, but there's less, I think, being done with regard to also balancing connectivity. For example, in my country, we have an internet penetration of below 50%, right? So when we push for e-governance, it means less than, if not more than 50% are already behind. And mostly, we push the whole agenda to have most people use e-governance services, but there is lack of integration in terms of you still have to go to the physical offices to get your e-filing approved. So somehow it, I think, defeats the whole purpose of e-filing, yet neglecting the physical space. Then one of the other questions I think I had, I think it's for the colleague, the panelist from Russia, who was talking about how there's been more room for Russians to adopt digital IDs and e-governance. The question I have is, what has the government done to get its citizens accept digital IDs? Because in my country, the push for digital IDs, I think, came in, but the concern was government is probably going to use it for surveillance. So there isn't much awareness to the citizens on why they should adopt digital IDs. So there's a bit of resistance from the population. And then the last intervention, which also is a question, I think, to any of the panelists, it's we have data interoperability codes. There are countries that haven't digitized most of their content, and they're expected to have their citizens have data which other countries they are sharing data cloud or data services have better infrastructure. The question then is, how do we create a balance between the most digitized country and the less digitized country to benefit on the data that is being shared? That's my contribution and my question. Thank you.
Okay. Generally, well, we're not asking questions, we're sharing ideas, but if someone of panelists want to. Okay, so we'll answer later. Yeah, Binta. Binta.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Binta Mustafa. I work at the intersection of academia, civil society, gender, and young people. So very impressive submissions this morning. I will start my intervention by commending the panelists. You have all made very interesting contributions, but there is a gap in communicating some of these laudable initiatives. For example, Kaduna is home for me, and I'm just learning about the pension intervention, which is it's a very serious problem in Nigeria. People tell you that make sure you make hay before you leave the service because you're not sure about your pension. So these are very laudable initiatives that we can duplicate, not just in Nigeria, but around the sub-region. It's very relevant. My question is, what is an opening, an opportunity for a sandbox led by UNECA to communicate, to share some of these very interesting projects? Because it's also the same problem we have in academia. A lot of research is done, a lot of intervention projects, but those who need it, those who will benefit from these interventions do not even know about it. They cannot benefit from it. So we need a lot of capacity building, education, information sharing, and a unified system, maybe an African sandbox where young people and women can contribute to issues about AI and data governance is very, very important. And more collaboration, not just with the government. I know the ITU is working with maybe probably Nigerian government and other, but we want some collaboration with individual institutions running programs in computer science, artificial intelligence to improve the curriculum, because some of those things, that the disparity between what is happening here and the reality on the ground is quite different. It's totally different. So thank you very much.
I think we will hear a few people more, and then I will give panel to Dr. Sek, and he will summarize and give some answer, because this was personally well addressed to him. So yes, sir. You and then you. Okay. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is David Aluga. I'm a doctoral researcher at Trinity College Dublin, and I like the reference to the pension solution implemented in Kaduna State, Nigeria, because I was the special assistant to the governor that implemented the solution before I began my PhD. My contribution with regards to collaboration is with respect to security. I will use the Chad Basin for example. At the peak of the Boko Haram terrorism in Nigeria, so the Chad Basin is a region that falls along a few countries, including Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon. So you see these elements, these terrorists moving from one country to the other across the border. And they will come to one country and commit the crime or the atrocities, and it will be easy for them to cross to the other country, and to track them becomes difficult because there was no system of identity that will be able to track a suspect that leaves one country to the next. So the fight against terrorism was a struggle at that period because of that lack of collaboration between the countries that constitute that region. So if we are moving towards a borderless continent or a borderless region, especially with respect to the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, where it pushes towards the free movement of labor, the free movement of people, we need a way of identifying people, even if they move across such borders, so that crime can easily be checked and controlled in that context. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your contribution. And I think the last question. No, yeah, sorry, this is Sarah and then Christine from ITU. Yeah, two last questions. So we don't have much time. Please.
Okay. This is Tamasgan, a last year medical student from here at Addis Ababa. So first of all, I thank you all the panelists for their wonderful contribution and important pointers raised early. So I believe, as you all know, that e-governance is very important. It increases the transparency of the government, and it increases also the service provision of the government to the citizens, and it also increases the active participations of the citizens. So Honorable Speaker from Ethiopia early mentioned that Ethiopia has been achieved a lot in digitalizing the national ID, what we call it the FIDA, and also involving the users on this coding program. So my question for the Honorable Speaker from Ethiopia is that for the robust implementation of this, the e-governance, there is what we need is the support of the law. So is there an adequate legal framework for implementing this e-governance and for further actions regarding the implementation of the e-governance is one of my questions. And the second question is that, so an increasing resilience or an increasing reliance on the e-governance can make the government susceptible for this global cyber attack. So what kind of collaboration between the regional as well as the government, the global actors is needed in order to strengthen the cybersecurity in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, sorry, totally lost two notes. One from ITU.
Thank you very much, and I'll try to be very brief. My name is Christine Sun from the ITU Regional Office for Africa, based here in Addis Ababa, and it's a pleasure to be in this session today. And it's really been really good to hear also about the digital ID deployments in Benin and Ethiopia, and also the great interventions from all the participants here in this session. And ITU, together with partners and countries through twinning, information, knowledge, and resource sharing, has been supporting the implementation of digital public infrastructure and nurturing the national ecosystems and building capacity to deploy such e-government systems and process implementation. And this kind of support is based on significant knowledge and resource base and information and case studies that are available for everyone to use. And one example is from the implementation of GovStack initiative deployments across the continent and globally. And this has really allowed for a community also to be grown. And there is really this willingness of sharing between countries, between partners. And this year, in the context of the African collaboration between African organizations, ITU, UNECA, the UN Office of the Special Advisor for Africa, and other partners as well, we joined forces and also with the support of the African Union Commission, I should not forget them. We joined forces to develop this Africa Digital Public Infrastructure Blueprint. And that blueprint is this knowledge base. So all countries across the continent can leverage these resources. And there is also a sandbox available building on GovStack that countries can make use of. And we also encourage other partners to contribute to this growing resource base. So that was my contribution, and happy to follow up with any other questions that countries, our partners or representatives may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very sorry, but the last question, Honorable Korani, Member of Parliament of Niger State. Yeah. Korani, yeah.
Good day all. I'm Dr. Abdulatif Abdulkadri. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the chairman of Azure Charity Foundation. My compliment goes to the stakeholders, more especially the organizers. This is a wonderful submission. And my issue is on the bureaucratic culture, where there is always a resistance from new transition, from old transition to the new transition. So my issue is on the acceptance and the literacy of the use of the digital device, more especially by the stakeholders, because we've been having this issue of the cost. If we are to adopt the e-governance, it will cost us a lot, and that now lead to the system to be vulnerable. So I suggest that there should be a literacy initiative so that the government and the stakeholders and even the institution can be put in a fold so that they will be trained and there should be that capacity building so that everybody can know the advantage of adopting the e-governance. So I'm of the opinion that there should be a capacity building and the collaboration with the stakeholders of various institutions. So I think that is just my submission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the last minute note by Dr. Sek, and we are done. Thank you for everyone.
I want to share you, when you talk about digital ID is not having a biometric ID card or a digital numeric license card. It is to have one number for all your activity. Everybody should have one number only. This one number you can have access to your ID, your your bank information, your finance, your pension fund, everything. And when we can give you now, a very good example we are doing now in Ethiopia. Okay, let me come to, because we have a lot of technical issues here today. I don't know why. For Yaovi, I think you highlight something very important on the CCLTD and also the domain name. Without international domain name, we can't use the local language for e-government service to make this service more inclusive and more accessible to all of our population. And it is where I think it's so good to have you have your ICANN as partner for capacity building, and awareness for our member state. We can do a lot of things together. I think we plan to see how we can support better African country to better understand the issue of CCLTD and the issue of the domain name. Also, we are facing a lot of challenge with Afrinic. We need to see how can African country find a solution for Afrinic. It will be, otherwise we are going to lose our digital sovereignty for Africa. It's something very important, and thank you to highlight this. They give you access. For Binta, yes, our objective is not to go to every country. It's not possible. We have 54 member states. Yeah. We have 54 member states. When we give you the case of Ethiopia, we support Ethiopia to develop their digital ID. Now you have the database. They are on almost 9 million. And by end of this year, it will be 10 million registered in the database, digital ID database for Ethiopia. And they have a very good expertise now on developing digital ID. I talk about single digital number to access to all service you need, health service, education, finance, pension service. And people from Ethiopia can support other country to develop their digital ID. And what we did also in the pension fund, we linkage this application to the national digital ID database of Nigeria. And people from Kaduna have now enough experience to implement the project in other countries. We focus on 2-3 countries for one application, and we build the expertise, and now is up to this African country to go to other countries support them. It is the same thing we did with IRIMBO in Rwanda. It is where African country can collaborate. I think we have enough resources in the continent now and enough people with key digital skills to develop any application required by any other country. But we need to put this exchange knowledge, this exchange sharing, this collaboration between African country, and we help African country also to collaborate between them. I think we have e-government. It is something very wide. Everything we do, we have a linkage with e-government. The issue of security also is very important. And again, security is a key for e-government. It's not only security, the security of the information system, but the security for the data provided by the citizen. Yeah. When you talk about e-government, we need this digital sovereignty, and everybody should do trust to the government. And the government should show that it's doing the good job for the citizen. Some people are afraid to give their information. We have, when we go to the rural area, we have several experience in several countries. I will not go into say the name of this country, but people are afraid. Why we are working on now to develop an awareness campaign on digital ID, e-government service. And thank you also, Christine, to highlight the work we are doing. Because we are developing now an Africa digital DPI, digital public infrastructure is stuck, because without digital public infrastructure we can't have access to this service, because digital public infrastructure comprise all this e-government service, all this finance service, all this digital ID service, just to have it one single number and one single framework for at the country level and at the continental level. And also we highlight also our collaboration with Russia. I think we can learn a lot from Russia country in terms of e-government service, in terms also of cybersecurity. Why we bring them here today to share their experience. And we are working to develop a report, Africa e-government report. We are going to update every year, and we have several country cases in Africa. And I invite, please, you can share the link, and I invite also African country to contribute to this report, because it will provide a lot of resources, even for the research, for the academia. They can use this report to develop some very good paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody who attended this session. Sorry for those who had a chance to ask a question in public, but we're still here. And I hope you can join this governance knowledge sharing hub, and bless Africa. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you. Bye.
Maybe you can have the group. We can have a group picture here. Yeah. No, they have it. Yeah. No, it's okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So just in front of.
Yeah. We down. Yeah. People can come because yeah. Thank you. One question from the Yeah. Okay, let's have a picture now. After you exchange that. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Can you see us?
Everybody have,
Everybody are invited. Come here. Yeah. Please come. Vincent, you can answer your question. Please come, please.
yeah, I think there is, second row is needed. Thank you.
You can join, you can go for coffee break. We have a break at the same place.
Let me elaborate. Hmm? Can I see? One more? Ensure that we are. Can I see? Let me see. How can I get them?
You will make it official for us, yeah? No? Ah, right.
How much? 200. That is for yesterday? They're outside. Looking for yesterday. Call for you. So how many do you have? You see now it's only 40. I wanted without rules chairs at the back. You can take me one at that background. Can I go there? Okay, I mean, Africa, where
Birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Good morning. Who is in charge of the remote participation? Is there a technician here who is in charge of remote participation? Uh, Good morning. May I ask the panelists to come over here? No, you can sit wherever. Yeah. Spanish? I can imagine. Suhila, Suhila, and Lilian, could you come? Suhila, could you come over here? Well, I think you're last, but not least.
I'm the last one. No, I can be the last. Because for me, after listening to all your issues, you just say, I second that. I second that. And also, maybe I need another 30 minutes or so to wake up.
يعني هم دون تشنوني مالا يوتنا بلتتبت نبر. Ça va.
Ça va bien.
Okay. So Natalie can hear us. So May I ask you to come to the front so that it doesn't look like an empty room. So if you can go the first two rows. Those who are at the back, at least. John Baptiste, Tori, if you can. And then we can start. Because we have a speaker who is participating during her night, so we don't want to keep her for too long. Okay, እንደምን አደራችሁ. Good morning, bonjour. I think we should start since we are 15 minutes late. So maybe let me start by introducing myself. I am David Bakkala. I am Regional Vice President for Africa for Internet Society. Since my organization, the Internet Society, is behind this session, let me say a few words about it. Internet Society is a not-for-profit global organization that works for an open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy internet. We have 130,000 members around the world, 129 chapters around the world, among which 35 are in Africa, and we have an Ethiopian chapter as well. We are big supporters of the AfIGF process because we believe that it is important for our mission and also our vision to have the internet for everyone. This session is about protecting internet data flows in trade policy initiatives. As you know, countries have trade policies, which is normal, and there are more and more bilateral, multilateral trade agreements, which are very important. And sometimes, without really knowing it, they might affect the global open nature of the internet. We all like that we have a global internet. We're happy that one of the speakers, for example, Natalie, is joining us from Canada for this session. And we want this to continue. Are the trade policies going to affect this and other things that we like about the internet? So the internet's fundamental promise of global connectivity is increasingly at risk due to the decisions regarding cross-border data flows arising from national laws and trade agreements. Without this connectivity, the impact on economic opportunities, human rights, and even access to medical care would be severe. This session will emphasize the importance of safeguarding the unrestricted flow of information and online security as countries implement data governance strategies and as part of emerging trade agreement negotiations, including those at the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, AfCFTA, and the World Trade Organization. We will encourage participants to contemplate how threats to data free flows and mandated data localization could impede the growth of internet and users in their respective countries. participants will gain a better understanding of why it is vital to protect the internet in trade policy and new ideas on guiding countries toward data governance approaches that preserve an openly, globally connected, secure, and reliable internet. I'm very happy to have excellent panelists today. I will let them introduce themselves. I think I will start from the right, okay. Lillian, who just landed and who was kind enough to come to the session.
Thank you, Dawit. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lillian Naroga. I work with collaboration on international ICT policy in Eastern Southern Africa, and also the serving MAG chair of the Africa AfIGF. Very happy to be here at this critical moment. So look forward to the conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Suhila?
Thank Yeah, including the AU data policy framework, which is directly related to our session today, and also the recently adopted continental strategy on artificial intelligence, and the continental strategy also on harmonizing legal and regulatory framework for the establishment of digital single market, which are all related to this session. I look forward for the discussions.
Thank you very much, Suhila. Sorry.
Okay, good morning and good afternoon and good evening from wherever you will be joining us today. My name is Sorina Safa and I'm the cybersecurity and digital governance expert at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. My responsibility around cybersecurity, both technical and capacity building, and for digital governance, I'm responsible for all the governance process, including the WISES process, IGF, and the Global Digital Compact. Thank you.
Thank you, Sorin. Last but not least, Natalie, who is joining us online. Natalie. Natalie, can you hear us? Abi, is Natalie online?
No, Natalie is not online yet, but we're trying to log her in. Just meanwhile, we can proceed with the session, please. I'm trying to log her in.
Okay. She has raised her hand. Natalie Campbell.
Yes, meanwhile, she can raise her hand and then maybe
She has raised her hand.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay. Maybe I can say a few things about Natalie because she's my colleague. Natalie is from the Internet Society. She is in charge of policy and regulation in North America. Natalie is especially very well versed in these trade issues within the Internet Society. So, for example, she has been following what's happening in Canada and the US, in WTO, etc., on these issues. So I'm really looking forward to her intervention. Maybe she will introduce herself when she will join. My first question was for her, but that's fine. I will start with Suhila. Suhila, I don't know if you have had the possibility to hear her because her mic was not on at that time, I believe, but she's from the African Union. I have worked with her for many years, and one of the things that she has worked on lately is the Africa Union data policy framework, which is groundbreaking for Africa because I think it's the first such document, and it's very important in today's world, and especially that we are, we have the African Free Trade Agreement, free trade area agreement, which will require this kind of framework so that it allows the development of trade in the digital sector. So Suhila, the African Union adopted the African Union Data Framework, data governance framework that promotes free data flow between member states and beyond. Can you talk about the barriers to data flow that might be created by national policies and what the framework recommends in order to avoid those barriers? Thank you.
Thank you, David, for this question. As you mentioned, the AU data policy framework, it is the continental policy. It is the continental common approach of African countries towards data policy and data governance. It was developed in 2021 and formally adopted in February 2022. It was developed through a consultative process and also participatory approach. It highlights the commitment of AU member states to enable data to flow within the continent, and it shows also the overall objective, which is to leverage data or to harness the potential of data to support the development of digital economy and digital society in Africa, facilitate an effective use of data, while at the same time protecting and mitigating the risks coming from the misuse of data, namely issues related to privacy. So before responding to the question, allow me just to provide an overview of this continental policy framework, which I said for us it is very important because we were among the first regions to come up with a continental policy, and this policy served us when we participated in the negotiations of the Global Digital Compact. As you know, there is an objective specific on data governance, and also it is helping us to shape currently the national data policies and strategies. So the framework is guided by principles of value creation, transparency and accountability, inclusion and participatory approach of all stakeholders, fairness, integrity, and data justice, and cooperation and data sovereignty, because the sovereignty is important, but as per the AU data policy framework, sovereignty is enabling member states and people to have control over data, to effectively use data to create value and also to reap the benefits. So the frameworks identified the key enablers, but also strategic priorities for the continent, with objective is to strengthen and harmonize data governance across the continent. It lays the foundation for development of continental data ecosystem. It will create the conditions for the development of continental data market, as it was mentioned earlier, that currently we are implementing the free trade area agreement, which has a part on digital trade, and the AU data policy framework serves the basis for the part related on data market. So the framework is comprehensive and forward-looking. It addresses all types of data, from personal, non-personal, private, and public data. It provides guidance for member states to develop their national data ecosystems, integrated national data governance, and also the legal and regulatory frameworks. And also it creates conditions for facilitating cross-border data flow. At regional level, there is recommendations for regional and continental organizations to create and to facilitate data flows within sectors and also between countries, with some recommendations that are being implemented, namely creating data classification and data categorization, creating a cross-border data flow mechanism, and also creating the standards. As I said, the framework is not only for Africa, but also it reflects the engagement of Africa with other regions. To respond to the question about how national policies may prevent or may represent a barrier to cross-border data flow, I would say that the existing policies may represent a barrier because most of the countries, they focused on personal data. There is a lot of work being made on personal data. There is not national policies to address data as a strategic asset, to see data as a source that will enable development of digital economy. So there is now need to rethink the policies, and we see a number of countries that are domesticating the EU data policy framework. They are developing national data policies and strategies. The other comment that I would say that there is not enough cooperation between member states to facilitate data flow between countries. There is also need to build capacity, both the institutional and human capacity, because we know that now we reached 34 countries, they have national data protection legislations, and we have almost 50% of African countries that established their national data policies, national authorities on data protection or national commission, but the scope or the mandate of this commission is still focusing mainly on personal data. So there is a need to review the mandate of the National Data Commission to facilitate cooperation between countries. And from our side, as I said, the work is ongoing to facilitate the implementation and also to accompany member states to remove these barriers. And the recently adopted protocols on digital trade with AfCFTA is also a step forward to remove these barriers and to create like that comprehensive and also inclusive data ecosystem that will facilitate trade and also development of digital economy in the continent. This is what I can say for this first question. Thank you.
Thank you, Suhila. I think it's very important to know where we are. There is a long way to go, and you have started the first steps, and I think we need to work together so that Africa has the right data, policies at regional as well as local level. I do hope that Natalie can now speak. Natalie, can you say something if you can speak? Natalie?
She's online. She can go ahead.
Natalie, if you raise your hand and then if you can speak. Okay. This is a bit annoying, but
Hello.
Okay, good. Natalie, great to hear you. Can you introduce yourself and then maybe go to your presentation? Abby, I will be sending her presentation so that you can display it in case she can't. Can you do that? She can try, but in case it doesn't work, it would be nice if you can display. Can you display your presentation as well and introduce yourself and then try to present? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dawit, and thanks everyone for welcoming me here today. It's a pleasure to speak to you all. My name is Natalie Campbell, and I'm Senior Director for North American Government and Regulatory Affairs based in Montreal, Canada. My day-to-day job is mainly paying attention to policies and regulatory initiatives in the United States and Canada, but I also co-lead the Internet's advocacy initiatives, which looks at different things that could fragment the Internet. And more, we have become concerned about recent trade initiatives for their potential influence on Internet fragmentation, which I'll talk about today. If you could kindly bear with me while I try and share my presentation, I can go right into that presentation. Does that work, Dawi?
Yes, maybe while you try to present, I would like to say a big thank you to Natalie, because I think it's probably 2 o'clock or something in the morning for her, and I told her to present, to record the video and send it, and she said that she will be okay to present it online. So thank you very much for that. Maybe while also you're trying to display, let me ask you the question. How can trade policies and international trade agreements can affect data flow and the open and global nature of the internet. Are there specific examples you can mention from current and past trade discussions?
Oops. Apologies. I think that I'm not sharing the right screen. Are you seeing the correct screen?
No, we don't see it. Oh, okay.
Yes, yes.
Sorry. Yes. So you can continue.
You can see the title slide, Dawit?
Yes, we do. So you can continue.
Perfect. So I'm hoping my presentation will answer your question as succinctly as possible. So as I mentioned before, increasingly the internet side is not necessarily an expert in trade. What we are experts in is the internet. And specifically, as Dawit mentioned earlier, our mission is to support and promote an open, globally connected, secure, and trustworthy internet. And a big part of our role as of in the last few years has been making sure the decisions protect the internet from things like fragmentation. And when we talk about fragmentation, we talk about decisions that could disrupt the foundation that the internet needs to exist in the first place, because that's not always obvious when policymakers try to make decisions about the internet, whether that's through legislation or even certain business decisions that could impact the infrastructure of the internet and the foundation that it needs to work for everyone. So why are we concerned about trade lately? Well, we do know that modern trade relies on the internet. And that's the same whether we're talking about, digital services and the equipment needed to access the internet, or even if we're thinking about, commodities trade like coffee, right? It's hard to think about any element of trade these days and that doesn't have some kind of touch point with the internet. And so it's important to think about this when we think about trade, because, when we're trying to foster trade initiatives and to make sure that we're really making the most of various initiatives to facilitate trade, it's really important to think about the internet and making sure that the decisions surrounding these initiatives protect that foundation that the internet needs to exist in the first place. Because, as I mentioned before, more and more the internet society is seeing government decisions that could really disrupt and even rupture that foundation that it needs to exist in the first place. So when we talk about the internet, what are we talking about? The internet society doesn't just view the internet as a technology itself. It's not just, about being able to access the internet and having the infrastructure in place. The internet and what makes it one internet is really about having a solid foundation of 5 critical properties that differentiate the internet from things like an intranet. So here we're talking about things like, the internet's common language and IP system. This is, something that kind of unites the internet and makes sure that when we want to participate on the internet, we're speaking the same language. It's things like, its general purpose nature. The internet was not designed for one purpose. It was designed to be adaptable, and so that we can do different things on the internet and not, place preferences on certain types of traffic, for example. It's really meant to be built upon, and that's an important element to retain in its foundation. So it's really important to think about, this foundation of not just the technology of the internet, but how we use the internet that keeps it being a single internet when we're thinking about decisions that could impact the internet. And one of the reasons that we're thinking about this with trade is because more and more trade agreements are addressing things like cross-border data flows. And the minute that we talk about cross-border data flows, we're talking about something that is really embedded at the heart of what makes the internet work in the first place. So, when we're talking about this foundation, one of the things that an open internet relies on is open data flows, because that is a necessity for global open and global connectivity. If I'm emailing my colleague Dawit, I need to know that my emails are going to get to Dawit and that they're going to get there in the most efficient way possible, because the nature of the internet and its data flows is that there's no one authority that is deciding where data can flow and how. It's really the networks themselves that are optimized for data flows to happen as efficiently as possible. And that's really important to think about, because when we think about, when we start thinking about how data travels online, it's very different than how other goods and services might travel around the world. I'm going to go back to the example of coffee, because it is 3 a.m. and this is my side focus right now, is staying caffeinated. But even if we think about how does coffee go, how do we ship coffee around the world? Data doesn't necessarily travel over the internet as a whole. It travels over the internet in different packets, and it does that as efficiently as possible based on the way networks have optimized for this traffic to happen based on our systems. Coffee, on the other hand, is something that, has specific routes, and that's negotiated between, suppliers and et cetera. It travels as a whole for the most part. But if we think about data, it would be like busting open a coffee bag and like having every separate grain of coffee travel around the world as efficiently as possible. This is what the internet's data flows, open data flows, makes possible, is that it gets traffic around over the internet to get to its destination as efficiently as possible. And this is also a feature that allows for a resilient internet. So I mention this is because we can't treat data flows the same way that we think about how goods and services are handled in trade agreements. The data and data flows need to be thought of as something that is fundamental for trade, and digital trade in particular, to happen in the first place, and hence why we need to protect that. So why is this a risk in certain trade initiatives that we've been paying attention to lately? As I mentioned before, trade initiatives are increasingly addressing cross-border data flows and thinking about things like mandated data localization. We know that at the World Trade Organization, there's been an e-commerce initiative, or the Joint Statement Initiative on e-commerce. This has been an attempt for many, many countries to form some kind of consensus on how to go about digital trade. Over 100 countries are involved. And for the most part of the development of that draft text, countries were fairly on the same page about the importance of certain internet protections, such as facilitating and supporting free data flows online, and making sure that participating countries are not doing things like mandated data localization. Both of these things are very important to an internet to exist in the first place. However, in the recent year and a half, it happened in the United States, and that's when we first started paying attention to it, when the United States Trade Representative decided they're no longer prioritizing the internet protections that they've had a long history of protecting in the Joint Statement Initiative. And this was really concerning for us because, eventually this led to a draft of the text that found no consensus on cross-border data flows. And I want to be very clear, the Internet Society doesn't advocate for internet policy to be made in trade initiatives. However, having internet protections in trade initiatives is really important if we want to encourage the growth and the protection of a single open global internet. So it was very worrying to us when, there was no consensus over hundreds of countries that want to be participating in digital trade, that an important element of that was the support for cross-border data flows and committing to not having mandated data localization initiatives. So how does this relate to the foundation of the internet? Again, we know the internet relies on a foundation of critical properties. Among that, global connectivity is one of them, and it really relies on free flows of data online. We worry that if countries are no longer championing an open internet in trade initiatives, and especially because these trade initiatives tend to be very untransparent and hard for different stakeholders to even be aware of what is being talked about in these venues. We worry that the loss of internet protections and trade could lead to more countries developing national policies that have restrictions on data flows or have different mandates that require localization of data in certain countries, both of which are quite harmful for the internet. David, does that cover your question? I could keep going, but I'm conscious of time here.
I think that's fine. You have covered quite a lot, and we'll have an opportunity to get questions from participants, and you can also expand during that time. So thank you, Natalie, for giving us highlights of what are the critical properties of the internet, because sometimes we forget. We take the internet for granted. Now, today, we might have the internet that we like, and it's not guaranteed that we'll have it tomorrow. We often give the example of water, a tap of water. When we open the tap, we have water, and we often forget what brings that water, from where it comes, how it goes to arrive to where it is. And those of us in Africa, we know very often that we might not get water when we open. And this comes because many bad things happened, maybe not yesterday, but years before. For example, a dam that needed to be built was not built. Some of the infrastructure that is required to be built has not been built or has been destroyed. So we don't want this to happen. We don't want in a year or two, when I try to connect and to send a message somewhere in the US or in South Africa, that message cannot be sent because there is some restriction in the trade policy. And this is not something that we should worry about tomorrow, but today. Without further ado, I would like to call Sorin, who represents an organization that has been working on these issues for a very long time, the UNECA. I would like to ask her specifically about the African Continental Trade Area Agreement. AfCTA is probably one of the greatest achievements in integrating Africa through trade. Are there any provisions that affect positively or negatively data flows?
Thank you, moderator. I think my job is done. Natalie gave us a very good, context on internet and what should be our vision, open, secure, and free internet. And Suhela also gave us the background on the African Union data policy framework. But I just want to take us a bit back on those framework. Yes, the CFTA is one of the ambitious framework, but what does it really mean? I'm not a trade expert per se. My specialty is in cybersecurity, but one of the things, like in the continent, we have one of the biggest challenge we have is we have the most beautiful frameworks, and still we have a challenge of harmonizing at a domestic level, be it at a national level or a regional level. So one of the maybe the challenge per se, how do we domesticate the continental framework that we are coming up with? The example, for example, we can learn from the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, we just ratified just last year, and still we have fragmentation that's been happening in the governance space. Yes, be it data governance or cybersecurity is not just a policy or legal response, but there are multifaceted issues. There are policies, capacities, standards, and also enforcement. So all those provisions affect the overall performance of the vision that we want to achieve. So when you go back to the legal framework of different countries, they are in a different level of maturities. So if you look at South Africa, for example, and you look at Lesotho, which is inside South Africa, they have different data policy frameworks. That means that put them in a different level of in the trade agreement. Yes, AfCFTA is like almost 54 countries signed up, except Eritrea, if I'm not mistaken. But what does really mean in the reality? The other issue, maybe I feel like would be a challenge is institutional capacities. Those are the only one we can ensure that the vision that is set by this framework can be a reality. That's why sometimes when you look at the European trade agreement in the African Union, the enforcement in the Europe, in the Africa is different because sometimes the institutional capacities are not developed enough. So maybe also one thing we shouldn't not forget is Africa is the least connected continent. I think we are only 37% of our continent are connected. So without even addressing the issue of infrastructure, having this kind of beautiful framework, what does it really mean without understanding or addressing the infrastructure issues? Infrastructure is just not just internet or connectivity, even the basic power lines affect the infrastructure we're talking about. In Africa on its own, we have a power issue. Yes, one of the issue even Suhela raised up is about data localization and sovereignty, which is the most popular topic in Africa. Yes, it's good to have that vision of localization, but what does it mean having data centers in Africa? How many of the African countries can afford or can maintain without even have a sustainable or reliable power lines? So all these kind of frameworks, I think, need to be looked at in a holistic way if we really want to see the framework to be a realities. Also, we shouldn't forget the issue of capacity building. I think Africa's digital literacy is a quite limited one. So if we want to really address, we need to address the issue of capacity, digital literacy, and also I think any other initiative, no one, it's like it is a shared responsibility. So we have to go back to partnership. As we are also in IGF, IGF is like internet what multi-stakeholder initiative. How do we adopt this kind of agreement, making every stakeholder group on the table so we can realize the vision that we put forward. So I think for me, I can conclude with that one. Then if I need to add, I will be adding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sorin. I think you raised important issues, including that our policies should be implementable. And it's very important to write something on paper, but if you can, not implement it, it might have more harm than good. For example, you raised data localization, sovereignty. What does it mean in countries where we don't have the infrastructure to host the data locally? Thank you very much for that. Last but not least, Lilian is a good friend from CIPESA. She has been leading, I don't know if you have mentioned that, but the Ugandan Internet Society chapter from the beginning, and She has contributed a lot for Uganda, but also for Africa. And I'm a big fan of CIPESA because it has been a fearless, promoter of freedom of expression in Africa in the past decade. But unfortunately, we see increasing number of restrictions motivated by politics in Africa. Are governments using economic and trade policies to restrict freedom of expression? And what can organizations such as CIPESA do to avoid this, or what they are already doing? Thank you.
Thank you, Dawit. Feels like usually this topic on freedom of expression at times seems a little bit interesting in the context of Africa. But just for purposes of us to just throw back and just understand when we say, what is freedom of expression in the context of, say, economic and trade policies? So we very well know that freedom of expression is your right to express opinions without interference, seek and receive or share information and ideas, communicate with others without interference from public or anyone. However, when we look at it in context of what is the current topic is cross-data flows, we've seen the positives, what needs to be done, what is happening at the Africa level. We very well know that we've seen an issue on data localization as a hindrance to cross-data flow and its potential benefits. I think somewhere in the slides that Natalie was presenting, we know that data localization, for those probably who may not be familiar with the whole topic, it requires that data about a citizen, a nation's citizen. For instance, if I'm a Ugandan or I'm Ethiopian, that my data is collected, processed, and stored within a specific jurisdiction. In this case, that would be me being here. My data is not stored outside Ethiopia or from Uganda, where I come from, is there. And we are seeing that there's been quite a push by governments to have data localization requirements and measures. And these are they're becoming more restrictive. Quickly, I think I did a Google search and it showed that there've been over 100 measures in place across 40 countries just of last year. But why is this such an issue? One is data localization in itself, it limits access to information. Say, for instance, we are pushing for easy flow of data, and then there's this requirement that, data is supposed to just be within this jurisdiction, these restrictive measures, access to information, you have to go through certain kind of barriers to have that. The other thing that we are seeing is, of course, the enactment of data localization laws in Africa. And what we've seen is that these indeed threaten freedom of expression and other rights like privacy, data security, privacy and data protection, and then also security. In the enactment of these laws, there's for countries are forbidding the cross-border transfers of personal data unless this is authorized by, a DPA or Data Protection Authority or a designated entity. This would not be a problem, but we are seeing that where this kind of, legislations is already, there are issues already of surveillance that is already occurring in those countries. And this is really problematic if we are looking at, having a free flow of information, if we are looking at having an open, and kind of secure internet. There are serious measures when it comes to privacy and of course the freedom of expression that we seek to have. The other thing that we are seeing that, yes, I've already talked about the surveillance that comes with freedom of expression, and that is also brought about by the localization, especially in countries where, democracies are not as stable as that would be. So what is CIPESA doing? CIPESA, we are curating a lot of research. We are mapping where these flows are happening. In 2022, we've issued policy briefs on data localization, which way for Africa. We've mapped out where these laws are. We've mapped out, the flows in these laws and what can be done for those other countries that are most likely to fall into this pit, or maybe countries that would like to not take that route. We've also done quite a very good analysis of the Africa Union Data Policy Framework, which is a very good piece of legislation. But as already we've heard that there are still some challenges in terms of, adopting or implementing it. And there's very good text in this, and we think that they still need to address these policy measures within this framework, because there are some measures that may restrict the data flows, across borders, and also the issue of the mandatory requirements that data must be stored or processed in a specific country. So whereas that is good, there should be certain standards onto how personal rights are to be protected. So the other thing that we are doing is, of course, we are engaging with, we are having stakeholder meetings, we are having engagements with the Africa Union, ISOC, but we are also doing capacity building for legislators around these issues. We are working with businesses across the region within Africa to see how we can come up with laws or policies that do not inhibit the data flow, the cross data flow that we are looking at. But also, if countries are to take certain measures, then they need to be able to meet certain international standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Lilian. I'm really glad to hear from you that the African Union data policy framework is a good one, because you are good, I think, gold standard for human rights, and it's a good validation. So I'm sure, Suhila, you're happy to hear that as well. I'm also happy to hear that you work with legislators. So one of the things that we are trying to do, we believe that often legislators, governments are not doing those negative things knowingly. Very often it happens because they don't realize the impact that whatever decision they make might have on the internet. So we believe that it is important that we work together in partnership so that they are informed and they make informed decisions. And we'll be really happy to work with you on that. I think the next thing is to have questions from the participants. I'm happy to see that there are more participants now than at the beginning, and we're happy to have comments and questions from the participants so that the panelists can react on them. So the floor is open. There, and at the back and here. So we'll take. Okay, we'll have another round. Okay. Okay. There.
Thank you very much. My name is Wisdom Donko from Ghana. I have a few points to say. And then my point will be on easy data flow within sectors. Yes, I do agree that we have several programs ongoing on to address these digital issues that we are talking about. But then there is one aspect that we are not tackling. Our various national statistical systems are still weak. So if you, and everybody can attest here, if you go to some of the national statistical systems that we have within our African countries, you go there and you see how they work. Most of these institutions still work on the manual paper that we're all talking about. So we need to find a way to address that. And then the other issue is the right to information. In my country, Ghana, we have the right to information bill. That means that any citizen can get up and then request for a particular data. But then I also think most of the African countries don't have this bill. We also need to look at that. And then we are talking about infrastructure. Most governments are coming out with e-government infrastructure data center and all of that. They are coming out with the e-applications and all of that. Now, there is the other aspect that I would say e-transform, transforming the people. We are not talking about this. And then that is a huge aspect of if we want to move forward, we need to transform the people digitally. We need to start building the capacities of the people, etc. And then
thank you. I think we have to limit the questions in order to give opportunities to everyone.
Yes, let me just run out this. And then there are three themes that we also need to look at. Addressing data gaps within Africa is one key factor. Encouraging data use within the continent is also another factor. And then lastly, establishing strategies for partnerships. And I think this, when we look at it holistically, will help us move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask the participants to have succinct questions, no more than 30 seconds long, and to be focused on the topic discussed in this session. Thank you. Next, I think there was someone around here. Or okay, yes, please.
Is it good morning? Good afternoon. My name is Yusuf from Tanzania. I want to compliment Serene what she have mentioned on data protection. And she spoke about capability, lack of capability in our commissions or authorities of data protection, and many things she spoke of. But now I've always asked myself that we as African countries, how or what do we always do to make sure that we all in Africa speak the same tongue? If we're talking about, for example, now, we have several countries that have data protection, some they do not have, but we still want to share our data. We need our data to flow from one point to another. Then how are we going to help, for example, African Union, UNECA, your position, how are you supporting these African countries which are lacking behind? And how can we work together to enhance this collaboration? Because I've seen also the challenge, for example, in our countries, we may have, or we want to exchange data with country X. Then it comes the issue of competitions, issue of trust, issue of probably someone thinks you're trying to get data or steal data from another part. Then unfortunately that things cannot happen. So to harmonize this, the policy issues, the capacity building that she spoke of, the awareness of these people that we collect their data. I would love to hear your point of views on how we can meet that target. Thank you.
Okay, let's collect, I think, 2 more questions, and then we'll go back to, I think there was someone from the back.
Sure. Hello, everyone. This is Enoch Yarit. I'm from Brutulid, Ethiopia, which is a local civil society organization working on youth women. Brutulid means it's Amharic word, bright generation for Ethiopia. And we are nurturing a generation for Ethiopia, Africa as well, for the rest of the world. And I just want to focus on my question. I have seen a case study saying that in 2023, only 37% of the Africa population get the accessibility for the internet. And when we see this, it's very low. So we know that the majority of the population, Africa is used more than 60%. For this population, 37% of the internet accessibility it's very low. Then how can we come up with these problems and access for the internet? Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot whom I identified as the first. Jacob. Okay, Jacob. Okay, I will come back to the.
Yes,
other.
thank you. Thank you, Moderator Darwin. Mine is a quick one. Policies are good. Let's focus on developing solutions. We have seen what has happened in the financial sector. It's magic. In our countries now, we can send money to anyone. Everyone is connected financially. And regarding the data flow across the borders around the world, I think let's look at solutions. How can we support and encourage collaboration? When we left our countries, my passport was scanned on exiting. At the airport on arrival, it was scanned. In the hotel, they photocopied again. But the data is there somewhere with the airline. So I think let's look at solutions. How can we transform these challenges into solutions? Uber, and you know the story. The guy was stranded in France, but there were many cars passing. He was just waiting on the road. But he went back and said, no, let's come up with a solution. And that's how Uber was created. Thank you, our moderator.
Jacob, I really like the spirit, and I hope that it will be the spirit of the whole conference. Thank you. I think we'll stop the questions momentarily here, but and I will give the opportunity for the speakers, for the panelists to react to those questions. Who would like to start? Suhila?
Okay, thank you, moderator. I would like to thank all the participants for the questions that are very relevant, and also they show the interest on this topic regarding the move from policy to action, because it was repeated by several speakers that there is a need now to implement the policies. I'm happy to hear that the EU data policy framework is a good framework. As I said, it is our continental approach. It is the common data policy that the way we want to use and to manage and to govern data across the continent. But now we need to move from policy to implementation. I would like to inform that we have started the implementation process since 2022, the same year of adoption. We have developed an implementation plan. We have also developed the tool like we can help member states to do self-assessment at national level to identify the gaps where they need to improve in order to domesticate this data policy framework. And also we started a program which is called Data Governance for Africa, which is an AU initiative, where we have a tailored technical assistance program to all African countries. And so far we received an express of interest from 30 countries. They're willing to participate in this program. And we have formally engaged with 50 countries that benefiting from this technical assistance. What is this technical assistance about? Is supporting member states to develop their national data strategies or policies, including initiating national dialogue on data governance, building capacity of policymakers on data governance, supporting countries that are yet to adopt national legislations or personal data protection, and also providing capacity building to the data protection authorities where countries they have already established one. And for those who are yet to have that commission or authority, we support them to build one, like to establish one. The work is ongoing, and I would say that it takes time because the needs are huge, because data is multidimensional, it is cross-cutting, and also it is very strategic for development of digital economy, digital trade, and also recently we see developments of artificial intelligence that depends on the availability of high quality data. So on the how to facilitate data to flow or to enable data to flow between countries. On personal data, we are guided by the Malabo Convention, where the recommendation is to ensure same level of protection of personal data across the continent. And as it was mentioned, for this, we need to have countries reaching same level of maturity to ensure that this data are effectively protected. When it comes to non-personal data, we have established a committee on data governance, which is where we have a representative of each country, and also it will be extended to regional organizations that they will discuss how to solutions that it was mentioned that now we need solutions that will, because it is countries' issues, they need to discuss to identify the minimum requirements that are needed to facilitate data to flow across borders. And the work is ongoing. It may take some time because it is complex, like similar to other parts of the world. Data governance is fragmented in Africa. We don't have the same approach within all countries. And also the existing legal and regulatory frameworks, they are not fully harmonized. There is work ongoing, both from the African Union and also regional economic communities to enhance the harmonization on existing legislation. But we believe that the recent adoption of the digital trade protocol and also the ongoing digitalization will accelerate the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suhila. I think it would be good if we have some time that you tell us a little bit more about the trade protocol, the digital trade protocol. Maybe I will come back to you on that. Sorin, there was a question I think that was directed to you. Maybe you can answer to that.
I don't know, Yusuf is directing to me, I think. Okay, but I'll try to answer or touch upon. You raised the issue of what ECA or AUC is doing and capacitating the member states. At ECA, for instance, on data protection, on cybersecurity, we have different kind of initiative at a national level and regional level, but more targeted capacity building. We have trying to do also involving the parliamentarians and also the law enforcement and the judiciary to make sure that the policy in the framework, they are aware, and the technical community, especially next year also regarding cybersecurity, the CSIRT technical community will be capacitated. Also, when it comes to the multilateral negotiation, be it at the UN level or AU level, we are trying to capacitate our permanent representative at the AU and UN in this kind of framework negotiation. We felt like it's very important to have a political buy-in, not a political buy-in during the discussion, but all the chain or the value chain that we see holistically need to be aware at different points of the process. One of the most important things we have learned is to have a multi-stakeholder engagement, not only at the implementation level, but also the formation of any policy frameworks. The question about trust. Trust is a process and it is built through process, meaning one of the I think lesson that we have learned is when we are involved in cyber diplomacy training to have regional dialogue. So different level of countries to come and have a discussion in their level of understanding and build kind of networks. One of the issue that keep on rising when it comes to everybody say cooperation and collaboration, but usually it falls down because we don't have point of contact when we want to have a proper collaboration between countries. So having a very good point of contact, one is at a political level, second is at a technical level, helps those, what do you call, collaboration in building trust between people. The other issue when it comes to data or data flow, to build the trust, accountability needs to be there and transparency needs to be there. So how do we have a framework like this and enforce accountability? I think some people that the issue that you raised is they don't feel confident sharing their information. If you look at on cybersecurity, people are not comfortable sharing information because they feel like they cannot enforce any incident that will happen, or the information can be used against them. So cooperation at a multilateral level also is very important in having a political will. So I think for me is also one thing we keep on failing to use is Africa has a very diverse institution, both at the local level and the regional level. We have this institution, we have this policy, but we fail to make use of those existing institutions, which they are very close to the community. Like, for example, if you take SADC, the Southern African Development Community, they are very closer than the continental agencies. So when we have policies at a continental level, those regs need to be capacitated enough to make sure that the domestication, the capacity, both at a technical level or the general capacity, needs to go through them. So having those inclusive approach is very important to ensure that the capacity is I think end to end. So thank you.
Thank you, Sorin. I think it's important that you mention that the regional economic communities are very important for the domestication of these policies. The question from, I think it was Guru Tulid, carried on how this relates to connecting the unconnected. Almost 2/3 of Africans are not connected, and having additional barriers for connectivity might be, a handicap to connect them. And Natalie is an expert in connecting the unconnected. Maybe you can say a few words about your work in connecting indigenous communities in Northern Canada and I think in the US. And even though it's not related, directly with the session, I think it's important. It's nice to hear what you are doing. Thank you.
Thanks. So I just want to say how much I appreciate, I don't remember whose comments mentioned that things like mandated data localization are especially hard for countries that don't necessarily have the infrastructure to accommodate it, in addition to all of the security risks it poses, because that is something I very much appreciate. Like, I know this in my heart because of my work that I do at the Internet Society, where we collaborate with Indigenous communities to develop community-led solutions for access to the internet. So the Internet Society's work, well, I'm based, as I said, in Montreal, but the Internet Society's work in North America in terms of supporting solutions for community-led access to the internet and community networks, we prioritize our focus in Indigenous communities because they tend to be those that have some of the biggest challenges to access to the internet, and whether that could be because of geographical challenges. Some of the communities we work with are in the Arctic, and it is just unfeasible to think of, you know, putting fiber all the way to the Arctic to connect communities of 300 people to the internet, where, you know, the economic incentives is not necessarily there for, you know, telecommunications incumbents, let alone the thought of, you know, putting a data center in a remote Arctic community, although that's something that some communities are considering. So the work that we do is supporting communities that want to have access to the internet to find community-driven solutions that work for them, that work based on their geography, based on their values. A lot of Indigenous communities have different sets of values on what does, you know, internet access mean to their communities, and how can that be done in a way that aligns with their values. And that could be anywhere from environmental values to how access is even, what modalities of access are available, and, you know, what business model is used. There's a lot of thought that goes into this. So we try to be a partner for communities who want to develop their own solutions, and we support in terms of the capacity building, but also in terms of some of the technical support. And we also have a foundation that provides grants to help with some of the infrastructure costs for the technological solutions as well. So coming back, I would like to come back to the question about how do we enable collaboration on things like security, because, you know, the person who mentioned it is absolutely right. It's not just true for Africa, but it's true for many parts of the world, where a lot of countries don't necessarily have data storage facilities. And yet, if we start to see more and more and more mandated data localization rules, then that can really hinder economic development, both within a country, but both externally for countries who would like to potentially do more business within countries that are seeking that kind of economic collaboration. And I can give one example that I actually experienced very recently on a trip to Oman. So, you know, I think that when countries are thinking about mandated data localization, it's usually because they want to protect information. But there's that's counterintuitive, because mandated data localization, by its very nature, it's a risk to security, and it's a risk to privacy online, because if personal data has to be stored in one country, you know, that kind of impacts resilience, right? In terms of, like, if it's all stored in one place and something happens to the infrastructure that is just storing this data, then there's a risk that, you know, that data can be compromised, or just, you know, or just disappear, right? And at the same time, so sorry, back to the example on Oman. When I arrived at Oman, I was, you know, trying to get to my hotel, and then I was informed that Uber wasn't in this country. And I said, okay, that's very interesting. I was curious why. And I was informed that, well, Oman has mandated data localization laws set out by its transportation ministry. So personal data relating to transportation needs to be stored in Oman. So it's one of the reasons why they think Uber doesn't operate in that country, because Uber looks at this requirement, and also the fact that encryption is outlawed in Oman unless you have a special license to use encryption. So when companies are looking at, you know, whether they want to do business in a country like Oman, I don't know about anybody else in this room, but I would be very concerned if I had, you know, if I knew that Uber would have to be storing personal data about people in Oman, a country where it can't even be protected by encryption. And of course, we all know that encryption is really crucial to protecting data and even traffic online. It's a fundamental element of internet security, and yet the country of Oman doesn't have the basic policy framework to support security and that kind of privacy elements to data storage and data flows online. So, I think that there's two aspects to this. One, if we are going to collaborate more on supporting the protection of data and data flows online, there's great guidelines from the OECD on the protection of privacy and transborder data flows of personal data. I think that, there's lots of great resources out there that countries can look towards in terms of implementing best practices. But we also have to think about, the national policies and making sure that they are supportive of data flows and best practices in security, because, it not only has an impact on the security of personal data and the security of people that could be exposed to really bad things if governments or bad actors want access to that kind of data. But it's also, things like mandated data localization are a hindrance to countries who would like to do more business in collaboration with other countries in economic development worldwide. And that, lacking the physical infrastructure to even do that is a pretty huge barrier. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Natalie. I think it addresses many questions at the same time, which is nice. I think we'll go to the next series of questions. Okay, I will go mostly for this. Okay, well, let me start there because all the questions were from there, and then okay, you, and then okay, and then I come back to the two of you. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Kingori. I'm from Kenya. I'm a technology entrepreneur. My question, I think, is maybe I address it to the chair and also the panel. I like that the chair mentioned that governments don't necessarily create data flow barriers willingly or knowingly, knowing the impact that this will have. And they might not understand the impact to the economy or to the businesses that rely on these platforms. And we also know the importance of global internet platforms in allowing data flows and trade. Many businesses are actually built on these platforms. However, there are issues of criminal activity and misinformation that bad actors use these platforms for. So from a trade policy perspective, how do we encourage or work with these global internet platforms to ensure that they self-regulate, they act ethically, and they do not allow misinformation and cybercrime? And also, what technical assistance or capacity building can we provide to governments to prevent them using the sledgehammer approach of internet shutdowns or platform restrictions? Thank you.
Thank you, Kimani. I think the next question is from.
Okay, thank you very much. Great panel. One comment and one question. The comment is just to underscore that in Africa, we have the expertise to use alternative energy to power data centers. That's to help data localization. Then the question is to Natalie. Natalie, there was a time in the US where there was no interoperability among networks. If you go to an area from another, you have to pay roaming charges. But that has been eliminated now. So what lesson do you think we can learn from that from Africa? My name is James Nolufuye. I run Contemporary Consulting. Thank you.
I think the third one was this side.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Lista from Media Monitoring Africa. I'm the program manager for monitoring, research, and analysis. So I have two questions. The first will go to Lillian, and then the other, well, two questions and a recommendation. The other question can be taken up by any of the panelists. Lillian, so you talked about engaging legislators in your opening remarks. I just wanted to know which specific committees are you looking at? And also if you could just talk about, harmonizing the trade policies, particularly the ones that Sorin alluded to in her presentation as well. So which specific committees of legislators are you looking at? And also if there's been any progress in harmonizing the trade policies. The second question is, so I've engaged with the African Union policy, data policy framework, and around page 20 thereabout, it specifically states that there's no clear definition of data. My question is, what exactly is being adopted by member states, and what kind of data is, particularly that there's, implementation that is already ongoing. So what kind of data is being shared, especially if you're talking about cross-border sharing of data? And then the recommendation is, so both the policy for the AU policy framework I've talked about, as well as the digital protocol, the African Continental Free Trade Area digital protocol, there's no explicit listing of media as a stakeholder. So maybe my recommendation would be that we should ensure that the media is listed as a stakeholder, particularly if we're talking about raising awareness, influencing policy formulation as well as implementation. I think it would help to have the media listed as a stakeholder. Thank you.
The next, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I am Patricia Aidimbabazi from Uganda. Adding on to what she asked, my question goes to Suhila or Sorin. On the digital protocol, it talks about, it provides, the provision is legitimate concerns. That's when states can actually ask for data, when we talk about the cross-border. This is very broad. Do you plan to sort of dig deep and have like strict systems or a strict definition of what you mean by that? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had very good questions. Sorin wanted to ask one more question, so I will give her the opportunity, and then we'll go to Lilian, Suhila, as well as Natalie, maybe who can, and I also have a question.
Oh, you have a question
No,
also?
no, I mean,
okay. Okay. I think I like Patricia's, and I forgot from media monitoring the question they asked, but I just want to add, maybe Suhela, just maybe to guide me. There are 850 million people with no identification globally. Then Africa, we have like half of 1 billion people don't have legal identification system. So if we are talking about single digital market, we have the population, half of our population doesn't have identification system. How does the implementation of the EU data policy framework like fare with those kind of challenges we already have on the ground? Is there any provision for those kind of people to be part of the single digital market economy, or the FTA's provision? Thank you.
Okay. I think let Lilian start, and then Suhila, you have many questions, so you can go next.
Thanks, Dawit. I think I'll start with the only lady who was asked a question. In regard to what have we done, which legislators are we engaging, but also what processes, for instance, are there, I would like to draw attention to East Africa Community, EAC. We know that already at the continental level, we have the Africa Continental Free Trade, but at EAC, we won the first that was done was the ONA, which is the One Area Network, which was adopted, and it eliminated mobile roaming charges. And there's still a little bit of more harmonization that is still being done to kind of, harmonize the digital trade and payments across borders. That is just for the roaming aspect. However, in July 2022, ESC, East Africa Community, which I'm very much conversant with, adopted the e-commerce strategy in July 22. And part of this strategy, the efforts are to contribute to enhancing the capacities for growth, improving legal and regulatory frameworks, and also increase trust in digital trade within East Africa. Of course, we do recognize that, yes, these processes are there, these initiatives are there, but whether it is at ECOWAS or ESC or SADC, there are still infrastructure, limitations and all those other things. So, and I guess these are things that probably AU and other parties can, try to look at further harmonizing this. But in regard to who are we working with, just in July, we had, during our East Africa Internet Governance Forum, we did have our regional school, and the aspect that we were looking at was on digital trade and payments within East Africa. So we were engaging with the legislative, the East Africa Legislative Assembly members within East Africa. We still, I think also we've had partial engagements with part of the representatives from APNIG, that is the Africa Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. In terms of committees, this can be a little bit, interesting, because we know that parliamentarians keep changing committees, but the primary kind of committees would look at would be, for instance, the ICT committees. But then when you come at the regional level, because say for the aspect, say when we did the ESIC, the East Africa School on Internet Governance, we're looking at IALA, which comprises different members of parliament. And our main aspect was to see how can we further push for them to understand what is, under, this whole, ESC, the e-commerce strategy, how can they go back to, work with the different entities and constituencies. So that I can say part of that, but of course we are open to kind of, getting this work out of East Africa and trying to see how we can work with more of the regional or continental parliamentarians. I don't know if I had any other question.
I think that's fine.
Most of the questions were directed to.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I would start by the question related to the infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and the data storage capacities in Africa. I think we recognize that there is a deficit in data infrastructure. There is, but there is increasing number of data centers that are being established across the continent, mainly by the private sector. As an African Union, we have a project which is the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which is a master plan on infrastructure development that includes ICT infrastructure and digital infrastructure. And there is already 3 regional data centers that are identified, and they are even validated by the member states as the regional projects that need to be implemented. So the implementation is in progress. So the one in SADC region, one for East Africa region, and one for the Central Africa region. It is like, why these 3 regions specifically? Because it's just one, the countries through the regional economic communities, they selected their regional and cross-regional projects that they wanted to include in this program for the phase 2020-2030. These 3 regions, they identified the data centers as the top priorities. And recently we had a meeting with the AU Development Agency of the African Union, and the guidance is to give top priority to these projects because they are needed. At the same time, there is ongoing project as part of the program for data Governance for Africa program. There is also support on data infrastructure for member states, and some countries, they have already engaged with partners. On the question regarding to the definition of data, I don't have the document in front of me, but there is a definition of data. We mentioned that there is not globally agreed definition of data and data governance, and I think it is one of the challenges of related to the fragmentation of data governance, that there is not one definition at international level on data governance. But I think there is a recommendation from the Global Digital Compact that there is a need to have this international multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral consultations, like to identify what we mean by data governance before moving to agree on international framework on data governance. So there is a definition in the framework about data. As I said, it addresses data as a strategic asset, both personal, non-personal data, public and private sector. Maybe the framework, it is high-level recommendations. We don't go too deep in the details, and the details will come in the implementation. As I said, there is a recommendation in the framework itself to develop a continental kind of data classification and categorization, where we'll really work on different type of data, the level of security, privacy that is needed for each of them. And from the classification, member states, they will move to agree on how to facilitate exchanges. So the work is ongoing. As I said, it is a complex issue, as it will require that for us, we engage with different sectors, with different organizations. But the draft is already there, and I hope that by next year we will progress in this. On the media as a stakeholder, I would say that maybe it's not listed in the document as one of the stakeholders, as we just mentioned, like academia, civil society, private sector. But we engaged the media, as we organized last year the first forum on data governance for Africa that was hosted here in Ethiopia. We invited media and we organized specific session with media on how data is impacting they call it new media, but how really the impact of data, how the data management is changing this media landscape. So you can be ensured that media is considered as a full stakeholder. And we moved this year when we developed the continental strategy on artificial intelligence. We clearly identified media, and we have a whole section on media and information literacy. On the question of Sorin about the digital identity, I think your point is important. We know that it is one of the SDGs objectives, and also in Africa, we aim that this digital ID will help to close this legal identity gap that is affecting, as you said, more than 800 people, including children, that are prevented to access to school because they don't have their legal identity. The work is ongoing, both from the African Union side and UNHCR side, because Maktar is leading a program on developing digital ID, and for the African Union, we adopted the continental framework for the interoperability of digital ID. There is a committee that was created, and the member states, they are discussing on the minimum requirements for interoperability of digital ID, and also to agree on the legal and regulatory framework. So digital ID is an opportunity to close to enable people to have like this digital inclusion, but also social and economic inclusion, because having digital ID will enable them to access to digital services. And also we aim to rely on the DPI, like the digital public infrastructure, to move with this digital ID. Recently, the UN organized a summit in Cairo, and many African countries, they participated. And we see that there is a real interest to implement and to rely on DPI to advance the digital ID across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suhila. Natalie, I think there was a question from Gibson from Nigeria on what we can learn from the US and Canada and so on. But you have knowledge about the big work that are being done in the global north. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about that.
Thanks. Excuse me. Thanks very much for that question. So in terms of what can we learn from US trade policy, for a long time, US trade policy included protections for the internet. It benefited their economy to support an open and globally connected internet. And that's why its longstanding positions when it came to trade was protecting the internet, and what that meant was opposing data flow restrictions and opposing mandated data localization, as these are things that can really restrict the growth and development of the internet and hence impede global trade collaboration. We really were worried as the Internet Society, but also a lot of other civil society organizations, when last October, the United States pulled back those internet protections in its, such as in initiatives at the WTO with the Joint Statement Initiative on e-commerce. So I don't have specific solutions on how to fix trade policy and how to make sure that the internet is not harmed in trade policy. What I do know is that, you know, as a foundation for trade to work, we need the internet. And at this, you know, we need countries around the world to recognize that, you know, supporting the internet means supporting the foundation to what trade needs to happen in the first place, especially digital trade. So even though the US has deprioritized internet protections it has promoted in the past, we, as in the Internet Society and other civil society organizations like Freedom House and Wikimedia Foundation, we're working very hard to help the US government understand why it is important to get back on track in terms of its digital trade policy and making sure that they protect an approach that protects they promote an approach that protects the internet. But that said, it's not just up to the United States. It's up to every country around the world that wants the internet to protect the internet. And that's both important in trade initiatives like the World Trade Organization, when we make sure that internet protections that support data flows and that oppose mandated data localization, if we can agree to that, and if we can promote those protections in trade initiatives, then that is really good for the internet and thereby very good for digital trade and the aspirations of a lot of countries involved. And also but that's not just in trade, that's just generally, right? We have to make sure that we don't take the internet for granted, and every country has a responsibility for making sure that its national policies protect the internet. And there are lots of solutions. We've heard a lot today about different efforts to promote privacy and data security online. We have to make sure that when we're approaching these kinds of national policies that they're done in a way that protects the internet. The Internet Society is always happy to talk to any government that wants to understand how to avoid harm to the internet, but we're not the only ones that can do that. There's a lot of great stakeholders that have great suggestions on how to go about achieving, you know, legitimate policy goals in a way that doesn't disrupt the foundation for an internet in the first place.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, everyone, for all the panelists for answering to the questions. I will attempt to answer to Kimoni's questions, and then we'll go to the final remarks. So be prepared to give a 1-minute final remark after my intervention. So I think, Kimani, you're right. I like your 2 points. The first one, yeah, governments might harm the internet, and legislators might harm the internet without knowing it, and very often that is the case. For example, in Canada, there was a law to protect children, and they didn't know that it harmed the internet. Fortunately, they were open to public consultation. And during that public consultation, there were organizations like the Internet Society that told them, you know, these are the things that might be very bad for the internet. And they were also open enough to review their initial plan and improve, you know, their law. And this is the kind of relationship that we'd like to have with every legislator around the world, because we are not here pinpointing to the legislators, because the internet is becoming very complex, even for people who work day and night on the internet like us. There are things that we don't master, and we are not blaming legislators for not understanding, you know, the complexities of something that is changing every day. So we are only asking them to work together, not only us, but people. I'm sure here there are people who are experts in many things that touch the internet, and we would be happy to work with any government, any legislator, to make sure that you know, it's their duty to legislate. We are not asking them not to legislate, on the contrary, but we want them to do the right thing. But it's not only that government and legislators that can do wrong things. And you are completely right that platforms are a big problem. Sometimes they make big business decisions that might not be good for the public, that might not be good for the internet. You know, fragmentation can come from the platforms, and we don't want that. And I think citizens can do a lot to avoid that the platforms are not bad actors. You know, as much as it is good that you advocate against a bad law, you can also advocate against bad practice from big businesses. We shouldn't accept anything that comes from big businesses, especially in Africa. We know that there are worrying things happening, and we should, you know, speak out. And I'm sure organizations like CIPESA can help, because, you know, they are for human rights, they are for things that matter to us. And it doesn't matter if it is the government or the businesses that we have to, you know, to talk to. I think now it's time to close this session. We have 5 minutes left, so 1 minute for each panelist to say, you know, her closing remark. So let me start in the order we started the session. So, Suhila, what can you say as your closing remarks?
Okay, thank you, moderator. I would like to thank all the participants for the questions that enabled us to have this conversation, to identify our gaps, and also to discuss on how to address them. The adoption of this African Union data policy framework is the start. Like, it helped us to raise awareness at different level on the growing importance of data and the need to move towards an effective governance and management of this resource, like to create value, to build new business, to enable creation of new businesses, address the development challenges of the continent, and also improve people's lives. As you said, like, the policy is good, but the implementation is even better. So we need to move towards the implementation and to put all our efforts. It is a collective efforts with participation of all stakeholders, including the civil society, because like data is very important. It enables us to access to information, to build businesses, to develop a digital economy. And as I said, like from African Union, we aim to play this coordinating role to bring all the stakeholders together, and it is just the beginning. Like the work is in progress, and we aim that also Africa will build its own capacity to be part of the global international discussion on shaping the global governance of data, because we want to preserve the Africa interest in this digital economy to enable the continent to play an active role. And I think this data policy framework, as I said, it provides guidance, but it's up to us to build capacity at all levels to achieve its objectives. Thank you.
Natalie, you're next.
Thank you very much. And thanks also to participants for being with us today and for the host having me here as a panelist. I think I'd like to close just by reiterating the importance of not taking the internet for granted. Countries every country needs to actively protect the internet, and that's both in its trade initiatives, but also domestically. Protecting the internet and protecting data flows is crucial, not just for economic development, but also for people and their safety and security online. This is crucial. And also, if we don't have an internet in the first place, then is there really a foundation for trade? I think we have to keep this question in mind. We all have a role to help educate governments on how to protect the internet. Lots of folks in the room here today can help do that. The Internet Society happens to have a tool called the Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit that we use regularly to help both businesses and governments make decisions that avoid harmful impact to the internet. But yeah, we all have a duty to help protect the internet and to make sure that countries are doing the same thing in all of their initiatives. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't know what the problem with the mic, but I just wanted to add that Natalie has also produced with some other colleagues an important toolkit that can help you make sure that these threats are mitigated, which is called the Internet Impact Assessment Toolkit that you can find on our website. I will go next. I think it's Sorin.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I think as we can see from this deliberation, the African Continental Free Trade, it's a bold vision. I think we are all agree its vision depends on a deliberate and collaborative effort across multiple fronts, be it on the effective governance framework or strong institutional capacity or capacity development at all levels. And also inclusivity was there, part of the discussion. And also another highlighted point is collaboration and having innovative financing to address the underlying infrastructure deficit, be it the connectivity or the digital identity issues. So I think the African Union, as Sohila, we have worked tirelessly on the data policy framework. It's the beginning, but I think collectively we have to contribute to see the final stage of the vision. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sorin. And Lilian.
Thank you, Dawit, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to be part of this panel or for Spesa to be part of this conversation. Mine goes back to, of course, the issue of continuous protecting of people's rights on the internet, and back to where we started, that we need to create a balance between data localization and privacy by putting in place strong legal and policy measures for data protection as a means of preventing cases that may overlap or that would unnecessarily lead to data breaches. Yes, we do understand that there are aspects where data localization may be required, but there has to be, a balance between that. But the other thing that where we've seen the violation of rights when it comes to, say, cross-data flows is probably the lack of information or evidence that kind of, generates the fears from, states with the number of the restrictive regulatory frameworks that we are seeing. So we need to have this kind of evidence that can attest that indeed there are these kind of issues that are, are coming, hence for us to be able to restrict the, cross-border data transfers. And last but not least would be that we all need to institute the necessary measures to ensure that governments, and of course we've had private sector alike, take advantage of cross-border data flows, because we are in a digitalized world. We cannot escape it. We are integrated in many ways, but also we need to look at how can we grow the capacity of actors to use and reuse data. So perhaps that's why we are seeing some of these restrictions is there's really not so much of how people can really utilize or see the value of data to, innovate and be able to make the necessary kind of, benefits that data can does provide for economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. I think this session has enabled all of us to understand where trade policies and the internet can meet. And there are very positive things that can come from that. We all want, for example, an integrated African market, and the trade policies can help us achieve that. But at the same time, there might be some issues that might restrict the growth of the internet, that can have issues for our digital market in Africa that we also like to promote. So I think we should all work together on this complex issue. Sometimes the problems are not very clear to everyone. Everybody's contribution is important. We have experts here. We are people who might be closer to the government and some who are closer to the legislators. We should all work together to make sure that these policies are really helping us go forward and not backward. With this, I would like to thank the panelists, the participants who have stayed here for the last 2 hours. And I think we should congratulate ourselves for 2 things. First, for keeping the time. Second, I think the UNECA and the IGF should, give us a certificate for having a women-only panel at the session. Thank you. Yeah. Sorin is telling me that the lunch will be in the banquet hall.
gani Tonyo? Sasa kuna kitu nataka niambie classmates. And it doesn't really say we are the implementation, you just don't recommend it.
Kita kenal dengan beliau.
እኔ እዛ አደርግልሻለሁ።
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Yes, the final session should be happening now. The final session, main session. I think we'll just wait a little more for those that are still having lunch to join us. Okay, so let's wait a little more. Thank you. Good afternoon again, everybody. Don't mind the fact that we are just few here. Few in this context is majority. So the people that are here, they are the leaders. And the leaders can take the lead, while we expect others to be around subsequently. So we're going to start our program formally, maybe in another 1 minute. This session is about strengthening our cybersecurity posture in Africa. How can we strengthen it? So we're going to be having very interesting brainstorming session. And I hope the lunch has not been too heavy on us. Well, I would like to request the panelists to come to the top table in preparation for our preparation for us to start. Dr. Kosi Amesno, please come forward. Mr. Yusuf Cleo, please come forward. Mr. Ross Gill, please come forward. Thank you. Maybe later, others will join us. Others like Dr. Martin Koyabe and Palakim Asi. Dr. Martin Koyabe and Palakim Asi. Let me use the opportunity. I believe we have translation, right? Is translation in the room? Okay, translation is in the room. Okay, great. I want to use this opportunity to thank you very, very much for all that you've been doing. We're grateful for your steadfastness and commitment and efficiency. We appreciate you. Okay, so it is 2:16, and we hope to be done right on time. We like to keep to time. I, in particular, love to keep to time. My name again is Jimson Lolufuye. I have the privilege of being the chair of the Advisory Council of Africa ICT Alliance, Alliance of concerned private sector in Africa. I'm also the principal consultant of Contemporary Consulting based in Abuja, Nigeria. So our forte is cybersecurity, data centers, integration, systems integration, digitalization, and what have you, capacity development. So it's really my pleasure to steer this, this session. I can see others that will contribute from the floor, like Wisdom and Toko and many others. Well, as with regard to general introduction, before I will now ask my panelists to first introduce themselves. These are great professionals. Again, the topic is strengthening cybersecurity in Africa's digital ecosystem. Strengthening cybersecurity in Africa's digital ecosystem. By the way, the online, do we have the online moderator around? Online, at least for the recording? Okay. We hope others can catch up later, one way or the other. So Africa's digital landscape is rapidly evolving, with more individuals, businesses, and governments across the continent connecting to the internet and utilizing digital tools to transform economic and social life. However, this growing connectivity, currently around 40%, brings significant cybersecurity challenges. Africa indeed faces various cyber threats, including data breaches, financial fraud, ransomware, and social engineering attacks, which impact sectors from finance to health and critical infrastructure. The outcomes from the African Internet Governance Forum in 2023 affirmed that cybercrime poses a considerable risk to realizing the AU 2063 agenda and the Digital Transformation Strategy 2030 across the continent. Furthermore, the recent WSIS Plus 20 review that took place in Tanzania on cybersecurity in Africa underscored the need for cybersecurity to be vigorously enhanced across sectors. And according to the UNECA 2023 report, Africa is at the lowest ebb in cybersecurity maturity at 29.1%. At the same time, cybersecurity failure costs between 5% and 10% of the African region's GDP. The report also justified the need for stakeholders, especially governments, to take cybersecurity maturity seriously, as a 10% increase in cybersecurity maturity enables up to 5.4% increase in GDP per capita. As cyber threats increase, so does the need for robust collaborative cybersecurity strategies that enable secure participation for all. The Africa Internet Governance Forum indeed is a pivotal platform for addressing these challenges and fostering opportunities for regional cooperation, policy formulation, and capacity development in cybersecurity. Therefore, this session will assess challenges, opportunities, priorities for immediate action to addressing Africa's current cybersecurity challenges, including that of infrastructure, funding, regulation, skills development, and awareness issue. It will promote a multi-stakeholder approach that includes government, private sector, and other stakeholders to contribute to the discussion. So as I said, I have a wealth of panelists here with me, and I'm going to give them their time, but this first introduction, we do a round of introduction, your name, your affiliation, and what you've been doing. We will take it around. So from Ross.
Thank you very much, and good to be here today. My name is Ross Skill. I work for the British government within our foreign ministry, the Foreign Office. I am based in Nairobi. I work as the head of our cyber network in Africa, and I manage a team of cyber diplomats that are based across the continent in some of our embassies and missions. As well as that, a lot of our work is focused on strengthening partnerships with African countries on cybersecurity, whether that's through capacity building or discussions around the multilateral space. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Jameson Olufie, my longtime friend. We've been together at AfIGF as my boss. My name is Yusuf Kileo, a cybersecurity and digital forensics investigation expert. I've been in this field for more than 12 years now. And is it bad or good things about me? I was only trained in this area, cybersecurity and digital forensics in the United Kingdom, Staffordshire University. And after that, I've been working in the field of cybersecurity and digital forensics, starting with cybercrime unit. I was fighting cyber criminals in Tanzania. And I also joined in many other organizations after that. And up to now, I still push the agenda of cybersecurity and digital forensics across Africa. So I look forward to the very productive discussion. Dr. Jameson, thank you.
Hi. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kosi. I'm from Benin. I'm from Ministry of Economy and Finance in Benin. Previously, I work for Ministry of Development as Director of ICT. Now I'm supporting private sector in Ministry of Economy and Finance. I'm also the chairperson of the NGO called Women Be Free. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, great panelists. Well, there's this analogy I gave when I had to speak in the Nigerian Senate sometimes back, when we were reviewing the Nigerian Cybercrime Act. And I'm going to just talk briefly about that synergy or analogy, and then ask Ross to speak to it in terms of strengthening, the cyberspace. When I was making that presentation, I made an analogy with the terrestrial security. To handle terrestrial security, we have the military, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. We won't have the police and the paramilitary agencies. So security is a big business, terrestrially. And on the basis of that, I said, okay, what structure do we have to handle cyber security? Because whatever we experience offline happens also online. So what are we doing? Because we don't have, say, Air Force of the cyber, we don't have the Army of the cyber, we don't have the Navy of the cyber, and things like that. So just to justify that there is need for some organs, governance framework. So Ross is quite interesting because the UK government has done a lot. We know that they have been engaging other government stakeholders to boost their cybersecurity posture. So what have you been doing? Can you tell us how it's been? Have you supported us thus far in fulfilling your own mandate? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right. We don't have the same infrastructure in terms of army or police and defense to call on in the cyberspace. But I think there are inherent advantages about what we can rely on in cyberspace as defenses that we don't have in conventional crime or warfare. So the private sector, for example, has a lot more innovation, ability to be more agile and responsive to cyber issues. There's an incredible wealth of talent around the world in cybersecurity. And I think one of the particular elements of that that's quite exciting is the connection with young people. A lot more people are inherently digitally native now and are coming up with responses to cybersecurity issues in a way that is a lot quicker and we wouldn't see in a conventional security space with an army or police force. And it's good that at the IGF, including the Africa IGF, there is a youth track. And I'm sure a lot of people that are actively involved in that will be defining the cybersecurity responses of the current day, but and definitely the future. And those are quite exciting innovations in the security space. I think as well as that, one of the things that we find is very important is information sharing and collaboration across different sectors and between government, with private industry, with national utilities, and then internationally. And I think that's quite a core part of the cyber response that strengthens us all. So in the UK, the National CERT, for example, they issue a lot of technical advisories. They release information about threats that we're seeing, and that can be at a sectoral level, so particular threats that are, say, being discovered in utilities or energy sector, or targeted towards small businesses or individuals. And publishing some of that notifications is quite actionable. It's something that other organizations can deploy in their defensive, they can react to, they can ensure that they're taking the right measures, and so forth. We always encourage transparency around notifications like that, and our advisories are things that we know that are popularly received by many other partners outside of the UK, whether it's different governments or different sector leads around the world. And then also that information sharing between different institutions around the world we think is really crucial. So part of our work in Africa is about building a network of responders or governments, law enforcement agencies are actively involved in cyber defense. And that includes obviously CERTs, but then there is important work taking place through the African Union to discuss some of these issues and some of these contemporary threats, but also through organizations like Interpol and AfriPol that are very much focused on cross-border collaboration and investigations. And the work on that we know is already leading to disruptions and takedowns of networks and arrests. So I think that kind of international law enforcement space is very important for cybersecurity. It's harder to do in the defense world because there's often a lot of politics around defense, but it's more easy to do in law enforcement. And I think it's going to be a big part of our fight going forward, particularly in Africa, where there is quite a good institutional network across the continent already.
Okay, thank you very much. I will come back to you, to take you up on the other institutional framework. Yusuf, please tell us, how can we strengthen our cybersecurity ecosystem, view of your wild experiences?
Okay, thank you very much again, Dr. Jimson. I think first, when we discuss about cybersecurity, we normally forget to address that currently in Africa, for example, we have a huge number of people who are very good when it comes to cybersecurity. I give you an example. In Tanzania, for example, we have few universities now offering cybersecurity and digital forensic courses. We have a different ongoing capacity building where we build our own people. But very unfortunately now, the mechanism to utilize the skill sets, the story of awareness, the story of capacity building, as my colleague here has mentioned, the story of collaboration, how do we collaborate across within the countries and across different countries in Africa. That's where now the problems start lying. I'll start with utilizing, and I always offer a simple way of achieving our target. That when it comes to skill sets, we have those individuals finishing schools, finishing universities in this field per se. So we can always find a way to incubate them instead of leaving them on the street absent jobs. So we incubate them in the in a center, and this can only happen if our countries could start thinking of having a single big organ that deals with cybersecurity within that particular nation. So after we incubate those people, we can utilize them effectively, and we can be able to get a lot of good output out of that. But also when it comes to capacity building, I think in most of our countries, we don't really take this cybersecurity issue very serious. You find if there are courses or there are trainings that we need to equip our people, they may provide different kind of courses. And then when it comes to cybersecurity, then probably you may not get enough people to be well equipped. On top of it, now we lack also awareness. And I always advise our countries that we should not take cybersecurity awareness for granted, because it really helps us mitigate a lot of challenges before they happen. Because for individuals to fall victims of cybercrime, it always, all cybersecurity incidents, they always have what we call human element. That someone has done something he was not supposed to do. Someone clicked a certain link that he was not supposed to click, and so on and so on. So all these can be mitigated through good cybersecurity awareness programs within our countries, which unfortunately most of African countries we don't take them serious. And also we can also mitigate through good cybersecurity policies. And that also we find a lot of countries, they don't have good cybersecurity policies in Africa. So we need to enhance on that particular area so that at least we can scale up our cybersecurity. And the last thing before I give back the mic to you is about collaboration. I always say we can't fight cybercrime or we can't fight cyber criminal in isolation, whether within the country or across border. We have to work together. For example, we may go to countries, you find there are many different entities that are fighting cybercrime. But unfortunately, you find there is no mechanism for them to communicate, which impact to a lack of collaboration within those institutions from different countries across Africa. So I always encourage our African countries to think about collaboration from within and see how our institution, our countries can work together to fight cybercrime. And then at the end, we can start joining hands with other African countries to make sure that cyber criminal, we can be able to fight them as one. I will end up now, and if there will be any other question and things to address, I'll add up later. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for the way you put it, bringing all those wealth of experience into play. I'll move to Dr. Kusi. You've been doing a lot of work in Benin, your country, and digitalization has taken your country even to tier 2, I guess. Tier 2 on the Global Digital Compact Index. So what do you think we can learn, the rest of us can learn from Benin's experience to strengthen our cybersecurity posture across Africa?
Thank you very much. In Benin, when we start digitalization, we know that criminality on cyberspace will be a problem. We build directly our own strategy, cyber security strategy, and we put on table, we organize some people like CCHET, National CCHET, and have one agency for information online evaluation, information online collection, information online analyzing. And we know that it's not be easy for us to catch all cybercriminals everywhere. To do their job very well, we ratify Malabo Convention to let us negotiate and collaborate with all the other African countries. After that, we also ratify Budapest Convention to have more negotiation with European people and someone like that. But it's not easy to take care of the security of the data everywhere, every time. We have a problem with finance area, with a bank and some microfinance agency, and we decide nationally to have the team in each area, in each agency, each ministry, each private big company, we have a team to take care of information, to know what is doing inside. They have also a mandate to sensitize their people on what is a good information to share or to the link we can use or we don't need to click on. We have many sensitized action on that in private area, all the bank, all the microfinance agency. We have also in energy agency, a water providing agency. We provide that kind of team in the different area. All of them are working with a national cybersecurity team to know exactly what action they can do at what time. When it's difficult for them, national agency take the lead and do all the action we need to make to secure the critical infrastructure we have there. That is the experience I can share now.
Quite proactive. No wonder you move to tier 2. I'm sure maybe by the next iteration, you move to tier 1. Okay. Well, let me get back to Ross. Like, what are the institutional framework that you have in the UK? You talk about, the SAT. Are there other things that need to be in place in terms of cybersecurity governance, across Africa that you already have in UK right now?
Yeah, in the UK, I mean, I think one of the key things is to not try and replicate what one country has in another, because every country has its unique culture, its own systems and institutions, and also everyone's doing this in a slightly different time and way. And when we designed some of our systems, it was in response to certain issues that we were facing at a given time. I think the key things for us are we have a strong National Cybersecurity Centre, the NCSC. They have a lot of technical skills and they're quite strongly empowered. They work well across government, but also they work very effectively with our private sector. So they're able to work with them on response to issues, but also to help mitigate. They issue a lot of guidance, and I'm glad that you mentioned the importance of the human element and awareness campaigns, because that's one of the areas that can make the biggest difference, and they're quite invested in. So how can we improve cyber hygiene? I think we have clear mandates within our different ministries on policy ownership, and that all contributes to the societal resilience that we have in the UK, or that we're aspiring to have. So we have a big focus on the development of cyber skills, which is important for every country. And I don't think probably any country in the world has probably got as many skilled cyber practitioners as it would like, but it's important to be working towards a greater cohort of cyber practitioners. We also have within our Interior Ministry clear focus on the domestic resilience. And I think what we're moving towards now is greater focus on critical national infrastructure. At the moment, we have policies that are outcome focused on and through frameworks that stipulate how they should be protecting some of those sectors. But it may be that some countries want to go further than we currently have and put that in legal means, so that there are requirements for whether it's utilities or other parts of a national infrastructure to have adequate cybersecurity in place. And that clearly places an onus on some of the most vulnerable parts of a country. And I think a lot of that starts with an assessment of really trying to understand where a country's vulnerabilities lie. So there's a colleague here from Libya, for example, and they have an economy that is very rooted in the oil and gas sector, and clearly that's going to be one of the most the biggest vulnerabilities or biggest risks. So they would likely want to pay great attention there, whereas other economies are a bit different. And I think it's that kind of analysis and looking at the economic vulnerabilities and then focusing on policy development and frameworks that respond to that are quite critical, as well as the sort of societal skills development, cyber hygiene, and so forth that are proving quite crucial.
Excellent. Well, ENISA is a European-wide cybersecurity agency, and the United States also has the cybersecurity agency. Do you have such institutional framework in place in the UK? I will also ask that to Yusuf. But do you have something like an agency responsible to coordinate all this, oversee what is going on?
We have the National Cybersecurity Centre, which would be our equivalent agency.
Thank you. Yusuf?
Dr. Jimson, that's a very good thing. Actually, this is one thing that I always push to our countries. But very unfortunately, in Tanzania, currently we do have a small unit dealing with cybersecurity. And the focus now, we are pushing the agenda. And I think by the end of, probably middle to end of next year, we might have a proper organ that will be dealing with cybersecurity. But currently, as we speak, we don't have, and I understand it's quite important because it will be responsible to coordinate all the incidents, to respond to all the incidents within the country. If there is any small unit within the country that deal with cybersecurity now, it will be like a coordination center where they can share, they can be able to do all those incubation, understand the skill sets, do the awareness for the country, do different kind of things. So I think it's something I fight for, and currently I think the country understand, and we are pushing towards that part.
Okay, very good. It's a very important indicator in the assessment by the ITU with respect to the Global Cybersecurity Index. It's a very important indicator. Okay, let me also ask Kosi, you have such an agency?
Yes, you have one agency called National Digital Investigation Agency. You have one Director General there.
Okay.
All of own specific team working with him.
Excellent. I think I know now why you are in tier 2. And we are still working on that in Nigeria. We do not have, say, an agency to oversee cybersecurity activities. We're working towards that. That's why you are still in tier 3, but I'm sure we'll get to tier 1 before you. Okay. Well, I want the audience to say one little thing or the other, or ask question, a comment. 1 minute, one minute. Are you doing some assessment in your country? What can you say? How come Ghana is at the top level? Okay, Wisdom.
Thank you very much. Mine is a bit far away from that. Just want to say that I'm a bit sad that the panel is not balanced. So this is a critical topic that we need to include a female in whatever thing that we are discussing. So on this note, I want to move that motion for us to include a female on the panel. And then Toko here has agreed, if allowed, to join the gentleman on the stage.
If you recall, I recognize 2 of you as members of the panel on the other side. Toko, over to you. No, intervene right there. We don't have much time.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Jimson. Thank you, Wisdom, for the contribution. I think it's very important that we mention this because it has been quite an awkward room from the start of this panel. We were all concerned by the fact that there was a lack of female representation on this particular panel, and also concerned by the lack of a youth perspective. You know, I think if we're going to look at continental practices, especially when we're looking at best practices for cybersecurity, if we're not going to include a sustainable role for gender and a sustainable role for practice and implementation, if we're talking about the establishment of center, it doesn't make sense as to what exactly these specific centers are going to be doing if they're going to be led by only one sector of the population, if they're going to be male-led, and if they're not going to be inclusive and diverse to all people. You know, somebody used an interesting point the other day, and they said, if you've got to go out to war, and you only take half of the army, and the other army takes their full army, why are you going there? Right, and this is the point that we'd like to bring across. Another critical point is in terms of capacity building. I think within the panel there was a lot of talk from a cybersecurity implementation towards a policy and awareness point of view, but if you're going to have these centers and they're going to, so in South Africa, we've got a similar cybersecurity hub. And the framework for this hub was built in collaboration with the community. It was an open stakeholder engagement that led to it taking place. And now the hub sits within the department.
But if you're going to have hubs and you're going to have centers of knowledge sharing, it's very important that you then capacitate your population for you being there. There is no reason Africa should be spending its funds and making investment so that particular small groups of people can have conversation for the golf course. That is highly inappropriate. And it doesn't matter to what extent any particular person feels that they have the cybersecurity expertise or that they are enjoying, their profession or whatever privileges they have. Capacity building and development for African citizens is critical. It's critical, and it's very important that we do then include women and youth within this context and
Thank you very
in
much.
these centers. Thank you.
The point is very well made. And I indicated that even in AfIGF, we have a ratio of 8:2 women in the leadership. But anyway, in this regard, we did not deliberately say, okay, women should not be on this panel. We recognize that, yes, you are in the hall, and we want to give the room to other ladies in the room to intervene, please. What do we, apart, you see, like, it's inclusive, it concerns all of us. Security is everybody's business, even at home. The man is responsible for security, but the woman too have to do what they need to do. So, other intervention from the ladies on our panel on the other side. Don't look at panel just here. Panel is also there. Look at all the women there. Okay, Fat. Any other intervention?
We will late to the open session. It will be good to get some guidance on what a background so that the responses will be well aligned with the conversation. Some of us really enjoyed the meal and stayed back for some chats.
Okay. Well, for the benefit of those that came later, the session is about how do we strengthen cyber security in Africa, digital ecosystem, how do we strengthen it? And we have Ross here giving us best practices in the UK, and has been intervening in the African context, creating collaboration awareness. And Yusuf has spoken about the need for capacitation, strong awareness, very seriously. And Dr. Kosi spoken about institutional framework, especially how to mobilizing contacts people in different sectors in the India economy, okay, on how to really get to maturity. So the question now is, how do we continuously assess ourselves? I can see Dr. Martin working in, how can we continuously assess ourselves? Dr. Martin of the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. Dr. Martins, I'll just give you 2 minutes before we throw it back. I want to recognize more ladies in the hall now that we get the background. Yes, Dr. Martin.
Thank you very much for giving me this platform. My name, once again, is Dr. Martin Koyabe. I work for the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, but in Africa. We've had a number of deliberations since the beginning of this particular forum, but more specifically, we've been looking at capacity building and specifically looking at what are the interventions that we need to make when it comes to capacity building on cyber specifically. There are a number of countries that have made what we call strides towards what we call the positive strides towards establishing more resilience, having what we call strategies and policies that are very progressive. When you look at the ITU stacks, it shows that Africa has a number of countries in the tier 1, which is very a big shift. There is also improvement when you look at specific countries that have made significant strides within the continent. And I can point out Togo, for example. They've made significant strides when you look at how they've been assessed. What that means is that these efforts that are going on, and we see from the top going down, some of the strategies, especially the Malabo Convention, and even the AI strategy that has been adopted within the continent, making very, very significant impact. There are 4 areas that we need to really watch out. The first one is, of course, the issues of strategies, policies, regulations, and making sure that legislations are aligned to what we are talking about when we talk on issues to do with cyber or cyber capacity building. The second issue is the issue around the critical infrastructure. How do we make sure that we have resilience, and not just resilience, but at least sustainable resilience within our infrastructure? Because most of the countries are actually looking at for digital transformation, they're installing infrastructure. We need to have resilience within that infrastructure. And therefore, certs, critical infrastructure protection, doing reviews in that kind of sector will be very useful. There are areas to do with capacity building when it comes to awareness, and more specifically, when it comes to issues of R&D, research, and making sure that we use data to make sure that we make decisions that are favorable, but more importantly, to be able to invest in specific areas. Coordination, collaboration across borders is very significant. That's why we are in this room, to make sure that we can collaborate, we can coordinate, and therefore the issues around cross-border data transfer, cross-border data management becomes very fundamental. And then lastly, we also need to look at funding. How do we make sure that we have funding that is sustainable for some of these particular aspects? So that's some of the things that we've been looking at going forward. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Quite comprehensive within a very short period of time. We have 5 more minutes. I'll still give room to any of our ladies, distinguished lady engineers, to speak to the issue of network. Right now, we are mostly using IPv4 in Africa, and there's been a lot of nothing, so, and as a result, combating cybercrime and securing our systems is a challenge. So perhaps there's any of our lady engineer that could talk to the need for IPv6 and what benefit could bring to us. Nena?
I didn't intend to say anything. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nina from the internet. I don't want to talk about IPv6, but wanted to raise another thing altogether, if you would, Mr. Moderator, and that is digital citizenship. And Martin, I've been to some of your sessions and I found them insightful. I've taken a lot of notes. Because most of us are Africans, I think that we need to reflect on citizenship in the digital era. So last I was in the UK during the COVID, I was struck by something that the UK government did. I was given a test kit by the UK government and asked to take my own swab, to test it, and to report to the government if it's positive. And I'm like, heck, this government trusts me to this level? And I was given a number. I mean, for a government to build trust on itself and its citizens, the NHS is the most trusted institution in the UK, and it has to do with health. UK citizens trust NHS with their personal data. Now, all of us here, I'm Nigerian, and I have a national ID card, a national ID number, but I don't have the card yet. How many of us have a viable national ID card? For those of you who've traveled, you might have had your certificate, your passports. But at home, most of us don't have a viable ID. You've talked about nothing, that is on a networking level. If a crime is committed and we need to prosecute, you need to first of all identify this person. So I just want to lay on our table, as we reflect as Africans, the need for identification of who we are and even identification in the digital era, because that is the basis of governance. We talk about demographics, we're talking about 60%, 70%. Who are these people? Where are they? How can you find them? So I want to put on this honorable table that digital citizenship begins with the digital ID, and that people need to be identified, because if you identify the individual, then it is very easy to identify the phone that belongs to the individual. It is very easy to identify the IP address that belongs to that individual. And finally, as I will always say again, building trust is our greatest merchandise, whether we are government or civil society or industry. Building trust in technology remains our common objective. So that when you ask me to invest, Mr. Moderator, as you do in Africa, you are weighing the trust that you have in a certain place. If the government is asking me to do something technology-wise, I will ask myself, can I trust the government to be able to put my data in their hands? If the government has trained me enough in digital citizenship for me to understand that the security of my country depends on me being responsible, then the government can trust me. Finally, I don't know if I've made any remark that is interesting or even intelligent. I don't know if I'm rambling, but I'm just saying that for digital citizenship to stand, we need to build trust, and building trust begins with digital identity that is secure, that we can all build upon. We are 1 billion, but where are we online?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Always sweet to hear from you. The way you put it, I love it, because everything needs to be identified. So that justifies the need for IPv6, because with IPv6, everything on the internet can easily be identified. Is that correct? Very good, very good. Any other lady so that want to say something, ask a question to the panel? Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the panel. Actually, the cybercrime, we are talking about very huge and threatening issue. And the more we go into digitalization, the more we are threatened and we feel unsafe. And definitely the women are the more vulnerable and the more people who can be affected by the cyber crimes. I don't think that there will be a solution anymore. It's the more we get into the digitalization and the more we get online, the more we will be affected or subject to cyber crimes. And no matter the governments are competing cyber crimes, but we find the good hackers who can even compete what the governments are doing. By the way, I'm an engineer also, but I'm not working specifically in this. I don't know what to do. I don't know what is the way. It's frightening. And the more we use digitalization in everything, in our power plants, in all the infrastructure, the more we are threatened and could be affected. And like what happened in several countries, we are always worried that maybe one day we find that we are in blackout because someone hacked the power plants and we just don't have electricity anymore. I don't know if this this is ringing a bell, but I think this is the way forward from now on, and I don't know till when.
Yeah, you raised something fundamental. Okay, should we remain fair? Yes. The last question. You can see it's balanced now. The panel is balanced. So another female there.
Sorry, Doctor. I quickly wanted to intervene here.
Yeah, Fatih.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm very excited that you continually throw back that opportunity it's very, very important, the question you're asking about cybersecurity. I might not have specific response as it concerns IPv4 or IPv6, but like Madam has just mentioned, the world we are now, the opportunities on digital platform, especially for women and young people, children, child online safety, old people, for training, digital skills, digital education, more women businesses, online, Instagram, Facebook, and those things. We need to employ a reverse engineering to address issues that concern cybersecurity. So whatever programs, whatever platforms we're designing, we need to go back. What are the openings through which people can be attacked online or are vulnerable to security issues on the internet? As we backwork that, it will help us to integrate and design mitigation, adaptation solutions to issues about cybersecurity, especially for women, because increasingly, as more women work from home, run businesses on Instagram, Facebook, this mitigation and attention to cybersecurity issues are very, very important. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so gentlemen, how can you calm the nerves of our population, significant population, in regard to this cybersecurity issues, cybercrime? Yes, Rose? Maybe 30 seconds. 30 seconds was already.
I think the key thing for me is the fundamentals still matter. So you hear a lot of conversations about AI and future technology, and obviously that is important, but the human elements matter as much today as they did 10, 15 years ago. So if we get our online behaviors right, if we as individuals, small businesses, large businesses take the basic precautionary measures and, whether it's safe online behavior or updating software, that makes a huge difference. And I think that's the fortunate thing in everyone's favor is there is a lot of control and opportunity to take defensive actions ourselves.
Very important. And that underscore capacity development that Yusuf and Dr. Martin has been talking about. Yusuf, you want to just add a point before we wrap it up and give it to you?
Well, thank you, Dr. Jimson. I'll respond to two interventions. The first one is that, yes, cybercrime is indeed borderless crime with tremendous destructive power. And well, you spoke very well that now we have things like attacks on critical infrastructure. People, they can shut down electricity, can shut down many things, transportation systems and all. And it's really getting scary every now and then. But one thing I can assure you is that, first of all, we can't really finish all cyber crimes in any country. We can always, that's why we normally tell people that you need to do the best you can to keep the cyber crime in your country at minimal level. So we cannot finish all cyber crimes. And then the story of, you spoke something very interesting, child online, and I could share with you that in Tanzania, we started a very, very comprehensive project. We called it COP, Child Online Protection. And we are doing a great job on child online protection since it was launched February this year, on 10th February this year. And we have this belief that the children nowadays, they are well exposed on digital world. And their way of understanding things is a little bit not like we can differentiate the good and bad. So we invest a lot on that area to make sure that at least the next generation will be not only digital safe, but also be aware of the threats that are around them and how they can mitigate those challenges so that we can have a better society in the future.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. To Kosi, less than 1 minute.
Yes, we need identification for people. We need also to identify all the equipment online. We need to investigate every time. We need for that IPv6 to use everywhere in Africa.
Thank you, Dr. Man.
Yeah, let me try and see if I can convince the audience in what we need to do, especially when it comes to reducing cybercrime. I agree that identity is key, but the point is that we need also to be sure that we can be trusted to hold citizens' data. So that means putting infrastructure that is robust, but more importantly, the policies and also the procedures of how we deal with citizen data. But let me try and zoom in when it comes to cybercrime, but specifically looking at the small to medium enterprise. And I agree with Ross that that's a sector that has not been dealt with very, very well when it comes to how we protect that sector. African countries, 75% of our GDP and above is actually from the SME sector. So if you look at the SME, and they're the biggest employers. So that means we have a duty to support that sector in terms of how we can support them when it comes to cyber. There are 2 interventions or 3 interventions that could be done. One is you could have what we call the essentials of what we call cyber hygiene for that sector, because it is just simple stuff of passwords, making sure that you change your password, make sure that you patch up your system and so forth, that could actually inhibit what we call a threat to a system or even to the economy of some of these countries. In order to do this, there is 3 areas that needs to be considered. One is the policy intervention. It's a supply and demand. So we need policies that can be able to create the demand to be able to have certification of some sort when it comes to that sector. There is also the cost of certification. Most of these certifications are based in countries that are abroad. If you're talking about $100 to pay for a certification, that's a lot of money for an SME or somebody on the streets in most of our capitals. So therefore, the cost of how you certify needs to be looked at. And then finally, building capacity. You need to have assessors that understand how do you make sure that you can assess a specific organization or an entity to make sure that they can be able to understand what they need to do when we go forward. So building that capacity is important. And it's important that governments invest in the resource that we have. And I always say the resource that Africa has is the human resource that we have. And if you think about it, we've got roughly about, right now we are 1.4 or 1.7 or something like that billion people within Africa. In 2050 will be something like 2.5 billion. Out of that 2.5, 40% will be youth from this particular continent. So therefore, if we invest in the youth, making sure that they're able to understand standards, essentials that we are talking about, that will be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that good response. We need to continually build that skill set, capacity, and know-how to enhance our cyber security posture. And I'm going to leave off with this. I've been talking about it, that we need to really assess ourselves continuously. All the points raised about SATs, collaboration, cooperation, partnership, funding, planning, and even technical installations like IPv6, all those requirements have been integrated in a model called the Triple Cybersecurity Maturity Model. It is freely accessible as at this point. You could check it out at tcmm.africa, tcmm.africa. All the indicators are there that you can get familiar with it. But most importantly, as my panel mentioned, hygiene, cyber hygiene, what we need to do, and capacitation, very, very important across all sectors. I want a lady to wrap up for us. I want to give a lady that honor. Toko, you want to just one sentence because they want me to wrap it up right now. One sentence.
Thank you for that. So yeah, I wanted to add that it's very critical that we do follow our actions in what we do, not just that we have conversations, but then we do what feels good, because sometimes it can be an anti-reflection. So we must also ensure that this is reflected in our cybersecurity policies. Frameworks for Africa should actually protect marginalized and vulnerable communities on the internet. We should ensure that our private sector, our end users, our rural communities, our capacitated communities are well protected, and that we work together towards a thriving, cyber-safe Africa that we can all be proud of.
Fantastic, fantastic. Action, 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 right? Excellent. Thank you. So we are very well balanced. Though you are seeing men here, we are about to see a lot of women on the planet there. So we are both on the top table. So I want to say thank you to Ross. Thank you very much for your intervention. Yusuf, thank you. Dr. Kusi, thank you very much. And Dr. Martin, always good to hear you intervene. Thank you all, and keep safe on the internet. God bless you.
We're having a protest.
Sorry, we are running out of time. Huh? It's the open mic session now.
We may shortly riot.
Ladies.
Okay, shall we have a family photo? Should we have everyone in one photo? No? Okay.
So good afternoon again. This is the time for our open mic session, but before that, I want to invite the MAG members to join us before we start the open mic session. So Lillian, Wisdom.
No, Wisdom is not there.
Aisha, sorry, he has been always there. So Aisha, all of you in the room.
Yeah. The MAG
Mary Oduma.
Ahmed and Mohammed.
Ahmed and Mohammed.
Yes.
Okay. Fatu.
Yes, Fatu. Yes, she's coming.
Take your seats.
There is enough seats. There are not enough seats. Yeah,
Jacob.
Michelle, Lillian.
All the MAG members,
All the
please.
MAG members, please. Jacob and Michelle.
Michelle?
And Jacob.
Okay.
The mag member. Misha, please be fast. Wait, please,
Wait a second.
I think I can. Oh. Yes. Please wait. Aisha.
So do you introduce?
Yes. How many? Okay. We have 15 MAG members, 10 different stakeholders, and 5 regional conveners. They are behind the whole African IGF program, and we call them program directors. Please give them. We are truly grateful for your dedications and for tireless nights. And I know the MAG activity is voluntarism. So the African IGF is the hard work of the men and women that are invisible most of the time. So thank you on behalf of the Secretariat and on behalf of the African IGF community. Yeah, some of them are not in the room. You can call their names.
Yes, so we have Fatou in the room representing the civil society. We have Adama Jallo who couldn't make it from the Gambia. She represents the civil society as well. We have Mamerio Duma from the private sector, representing also the West Africa IGF. We have Aisha Jeredi from North Africa IGF, representing civil society as well. We have Mohamed Farat, civil society from Egypt. We have Zuhura Misi representing the academia. Arsene couldn't make it. Arsene Tungali Baguma from DRC, representing civil society as well. We have Samuel Ndiyo Bambo from the government. Warabile couldn't make it. Warabile Mdongo from Botswana, representing the technical community. And we also have the regional positions and regional coordinators. We have Ahmed Farad, North Africa. Liliane Nawoga from East Africa, who is our MAG chair as well. We have East Africa, West Africa, with Folake and Mameri. We have Michelle Tunangling is here, representing the Central Africa. So Sadek is our very own Jacob. So as Suserin said, thank you very much for your dedication and for all those years making this happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Open mic. No.
So now will be the open mic session. So the open mic session usually allow us to take stock of your ideas, your inputs, your contributions, things you are not able to voice out during the sessions, and how best we can work on the Africa IGF and make it, more inclusive as we want. So I don't know, we'll make sure it's as inclusive as possible so that those who are also online can also voice their concern, and those who are in the room. So we'll be looking at both platforms to make sure that everybody's voice is heard. So you actually raise your hand.
Okay.
You raise your hand, we'll give you the floor, and please be quick, be short, and go straight to the point.
Thank you very much. I also join many others again to congratulate our MAG, excellent. Can we give them another big round of applause? Great shot. We appreciate them. But you see, I have a concern, and I've spoken to our representative about that, is that it's just here. I've got to know who is representing the private sector. It's just why I'm here. I got to know who is representing private sector on MAG.
Mary Uduma.
So I'm just knowing, so we're just talking to ourselves that what's going on. So I think it needs to be made more broadly, you know. She has very good intention and everything, you know, but I'm just telling you honestly that I've been wondering what's going on. I was in the global MAG 2012, 2013, okay, and we have representative in global MAG. So, but African MAG, we don't even know when it's selected. And
okay, thank you. I think the African MAG, there was a call, there was a process, and people were actually chosen. So we followed that process. It was an open call. And I think when the MAG was elected, it was announced. And this is not the first IGF they are organizing. The past IGF is this same MAG that organized them. So anyway, now you know your representative, so you can actually corner her later and have that conversation. But it was a very open, how do you call it, process. Thank you. Yes, please, go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you for everything, of course, and for the hard work and the organization. I just have a small concern regarding reaching out for us as speakers. It has to have some time, because if it's last minute, sometimes we have to say we cannot because we are not prepared. So please, if it's possible to make it a bit earlier, that would be really better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we take note of that. Next. Please go ahead.
Faris Mubarak from Ethiopia, cybersecurity specialist. I just hope that the nice things that we've been hearing for the last 3 days will be put into action, because what we witness many times, things are told, discussed, but they never go into action. And hopefully the committee, the management, will give some sort of action plan for the participating countries and all concerned stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We take the man behind. Give your name and what's your concern? And apologize, everybody's delegate, so it's difficult to call you out with your name.
Thank you very much. My name is Abubakar Samman. I am the president of Uplift Initiative Ethiopia that really works on peace and security issue, and I'm also a network engineer on my profession. So for the last 2 days, I'm here and I'm studying very well about the cybersecurity issue and the digital dividend area in the African continent as a whole. But I personally doesn't get the point that we talk about digital dividend, but we didn't see any indigenous or marginalized community members in this room on the previous conference room as well. So as an organization that works on marginalized and vulnerable community, so in the next forum, as a suggestion, as a comment, we must include the source of that marginalized and vulnerable community across the rural area, because we are not concentrated on cities only. We have a lot of people, especially in Ethiopia and across Africa. We have a lot of millions of people lives in rural and urban areas of the countryside. So we must have to be accepting that emotion from themselves, not about by representing some urban citizen for their problem. So we must have to ask them about the problems that face in different circumstances about the connectivity issue, because they are facing different challenges, especially in the Horn of Africa space. So we must have to accept that thing. The next time we must have to include those marginalized and vulnerable community in the conference center. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we hope that you help us do that, because I think from the MAC perspective, all the sessions that were proposed from the indigenous communities or concerning indigenous communities were accepted and discussed. So it would be good you reach out to them during the call for proposals to send their proposal, and I think the MAC will take care of that. And I mean, everybody can help us do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think I'd like to appreciate the MAG and the team for their work in putting this together. It's great and recommended. I just have two questions from my end. Oh, by the way, I'm Levis Yansege from Zambia. Two questions. Do we have an Africa IGF mailing list where we can subscribe for more updates and everything? The reason I'm saying this is because most of the information or communication around the Africa IGF was mostly through different groups, and sometimes it was difficult to get to more information. And then secondly, I don't know if from the database it's possible for us from the southern region to access some of the contact points for the Southern Africa. The reason I'm asking this is by observation, there's no Southern Africa IGF. And yet there are people that have been active in the Africa IGF and the global IGF who are part of the Southern region. And if possible, I was thinking we start our Southern Africa IGF initiative, both for the Southern region, but also even the youth Southern Africa IGF. Thank you.
Yes, maybe can I give Jacob to respond, because he's the regional convener for the Southern African community. Regarding the mailing list, I think it's an excellent idea. So we can have information dissemination throughout the year. So it is well taken note. So Jacob will respond.
Thank you, our colleague from Zambia. What I can say is the Southern African IGF is there, it's active. Maybe, I know Zambia, we've got participants who joined our meeting. So please reach out to me after the meeting. Then we can link up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable. We've been making him wait. So please go ahead. Then after that, Nena.
Thank you so much. Just one or 2 points. My name is Daniel Molokele, a member of Parliament of Zimbabwe, also representing the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, APNIC. I've organized a lot of conferences in my life, and one of the biggest frustration I've been having this week is the failure of us to have people who manage our time. I'll tell you why it's important. Some of the sessions were starting late, so it affects the presenters in those sessions because they're now forced to compress their presentation from the original time allocated to them. So in a conference like this one, you need to have enforcers of time, especially during tea breaks and lunch breaks, to force people when the time, if the tea break is 30 minutes, after 30 minutes, people are headed out of the eating room like goats. If you don't do that, this is what happened this afternoon. When this session started, I was there at the start. And if you take pictures of the people who are here at 2 o'clock, you'll understand what I'm trying to say. So it rushes the presenters and it makes it difficult for them to do articulate presentation because they take time to prepare their presentation. So the organizers must be very strict on time management. It's very important. The second team is, we also lacked a bulletin. We need to have a bulletin. So maybe next time there should be volunteers in the evening to compile what has been the key issues coming from the different sessions, summarizing them, and then saying tomorrow, these are the key issues to look out to, so that you also give people a perspective, so that in each and passing day, people feel this is the direction that we are going to, and this is where we're going to end. I felt that it was a bit difficult to follow what's happening outside your room when you know that there are other parallel sessions happening. So, and for your information, some of the sessions, they are so interesting that if you could divide yourself into 3 or 4, you could attend all of them. So you'll be curious to know what's happening in Sierra 4, Sierra 5, but no one is doing that officially. So it's important that there be some kind of volunteers who do communications. Every evening, they send the summary bulletin. These are the key issues that came from that session and so on. And tomorrow, these are the key sessions to look out to. And at the end of the conference, you feel that you were part of the sessions that you did not attend, which I'm struggling right now. If you ask me, the sessions which you didn't attend, what were the key issues that came out of there? It's like I never even noticed that they existed. So it's important for that. Last but not least, I worry about action points. A big and expensive conference like this one must always have action points to say, how do we make sure that there is a link between after today and the next IGF, which means you have to cascade action points at regional level and then at country level, so that next year when you come back, you start from where you stopped last year. There should be a clear link that these are the resolutions or action points for 2023. And this is where we are as 2024. This is where we want to go to as 2025, so that even those who did not attend the conference, the new ones, for example, have an idea. So it's my first IGF. I had to individually look for the context. But there are people who've been attending IGS for more than 10 times. So they've got a better understanding of what's happening. But the newcomers and some who have not attended for some years need some kind of process to say, this is where we are at the moment. These are the key issues that we are focusing on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I was telling my colleague that he's a parliamentarian, so thank you, stop. But we have taken note of the things that you actually mentioned, and I think next year we make it better, having your bulletin and all the other elements that you mentioned. So Nina, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Nina. I come from the internet. I have an information and a question. The information is on the launch of the Pierre Ouedraogo Award for Digital Leadership. It was launched earlier this year in honor of Pierre Ouedraogo, who used to be a John Postel Award winner, who passed on. And that prize, the nominations are still ongoing to the end of the year. It is for digital leadership. So basically, this is the crowd that should be recognized through that prize. That's my information. I have a question. I have been attending IGFs and most of Africa IGFs, and at the opening ceremonies, we have always had a word from the IGF Secretariat. I did not see that here. I am also wondering what happened, because the African Union was absent at the opening ceremony. I am surprised, I am shocked, I am disappointed, and I would like some clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nina. Sorry, do you want?
Thank you for the information. I think please look out for the nomination. She said this is the community group. For the two big questions, I do not have the answer for it, but I assure you that I will get the answer for the question that you put forward. But at this particular moment, I do not have the answer for it. So thank you. Can I give the floor to Toko, then the guy next to her, then Benga. Thank you. Then Honorable after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Serene. Thank you so much for the floor. My name is Tokomia for the record. I would like to bring a point of clarity around the Southern African IGF. And the reason for this is because after each and every single time that we try to have this engagement, we get the same response, we get the same dismissal, and this has been going on for years. Currently the Southern African IGF is meant to be held within the SADC regional office, right? SADC, however, even if you can pick the phone up right now and call SADC and ask to speak to the Internet Governance Secretariat, firstly, it will take you a number of days and going back and forth to get them to understand what is the context of internet governance and who is the Internet Governance Secretariat and where to find them. That is the first point. If they even bother to respond to your email, because that's not a communication channel that they are keeping an eye on at the moment. Okay, so that's problem number one. Second one is that we as a country, as South Africa, with our department, have made a number of efforts to revive the Southern African IGF, and we have had no success. We've tried, we've approached them, we've put together a potential for collaboration, and that's at a state level. And even to now, 2 years after we started the implementation of that process, there's been no further action. All right. Furthermore, we as the Southern African countries, chapter leaders at the Internet Society, have an official communication that we've gathered where we have actually decided that we will go together to SADC to start the Southern African IGF again together. And my point is that there is no active infrastructure, there is no active secretariat, they are not performing their function. If we come to these forums, we hear that, no, don't worry, there's a Southern African IGF. But we, the people of Southern Africa, have never engaged with any such structure, any organization like this, and we're completely locked out of the system. So I don't agree with the dismissal, and I think that the point needs to be brought up. We do need the support of the UNECA, we do need the support of the Secretariat and this community to get the Southern African IGF back up and running and actionable like the other 3 regional IGFs on this continent.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Toko. I think it's a SADC affairs. And thank you. Jacob is in the room. So I see Levi raised the same question. So maybe you can have your SADC meeting just after this and have your conversation now before you move back to your various countries. So we move on to the next person.
Good day, everyone. I'm Abdulatif Al-Qadri. I have to appreciate the panelists for doing justice to the modules at hand. And my issue is on the cybersecurity. As we are working out to upgrade the system, so the cyber criminals are also working out to beat our ideas. So what is the mechanism on ground to fight against the cyber criminals? Because we've seen a lot of threats from the political ground down to social aspect against the users from the cyber criminals. So I'm of the opinion, and I'm also asking, we need to put 1 or 2 things together to make sure that we overcome the threat of cyber attack. That is for that. Then the second thing, my colleagues here made mention of the action plan. A loose war is a war that an individual embark on. So coming together of members with good ideas will not only make us victorious, but it will give us a way forward and a success in almost wherever we come to do. So I'm of the opinion that the members that are just attending the IGF, like me, this is my first time of attending IGF. And when I came in, my women's voice has been prioritized. So even when I was raising my hand, I wasn't giving a look. But that is gender balance, I believe. And we need to have what we call action plan. Action plan will make us understand the algorithm. Are we succeeding or are we failing? Which vacuum do you have left to fill? So, and what are the inclusive measures taken for people like us that are just attending IGF? So thank you very much, and thank you, the panelists.
Thank you very much for your input. And for the last one, it will be very good to engage at the national level because that's how we drive it to the Africa IGF. So I think the Nigeria team, they are around. I saw Amina, I saw a lot of people from Nigeria who organize the Nigeria IGF so that at the national level, you can actually be active and that allow you to move on to the African level and the global level. So the next person is Mr. Benga Session, then Honorable.
Thank you. I should start by thanking, okay, sorry, the echo. Thanks to the MAG for delivering the 13th African IGF. But I have a question, and I've been asking this question for a while. It's about announcements of the Africa IGF dates. It always happens so late that it affects everything else. It affects funding. It affects speakers, communication. It affects the ability of organizations to plan in advance, to participate actively. And I think it affects, a lot of other things. Now that we know that the IGF for 2025 is going to be in June 2025, that's 7 months away. How soon can the MAG kindly make sure that if we can't have a multi-year calendar, the ideal thing will be to know that the Africa IGF happens at a certain time every year, so partners and organizations can work towards that. But we know the nature of the IGF. The global IGF, you may not know the date until the preceding IGF. So please, whatever we can do to make sure that notices don't come, too late, it will be really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Benga Session, and I think the MAG has taken note of your concern. So we'll take the last person, Honorable.
Bon après-midi, merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Je remercie les panélistes et tous ceux qui ont travaillé à la réussite de cette assise. Je pense que les préoccupations que je voulais soulever ont été prises en compte. Seulement, je voudrais observer que je ne me suis pas présentée, donc je m'excuse, c'est Alijana Toussalu Arekpa du Parlement béninois. Alors, beaucoup, comme je l'ai dit, je voudrais observer que c'est ma première participation à cette assise au FGI. À ce titre, je suis tellement avide de savoir ce qui se passe dans chaque section que je me suis promenée. Et il y a des moments où j'arrive quand d'autres finissent. Finalement, le résultat que j'escomptais, je n'ai pas pu l'obtenir. Alors, ma question est celle-ci. Comment faire? Plutôt, c'est une contribution parce que pour les débutants ou les premières, la première fois, ce qui a l'avantage surtout est l'information, est de pouvoir partager les leçons que nous pouvons tirer de tout l'ensemble. Quel mécanisme mettre en œuvre pour que ce qui se passe dans d'autres sections, que nous puissions de manière très ramassée être informés au cours de la journée. Cela nous prépare à participer, à être informés et à pouvoir effectivement apporter. Alors, je finis en disant que c'est un souhait, c'est une recommandation qu'au-delà de tout ce parce que beaucoup a été dit ici, de manière inclusive. Donc, au-delà de tout ce que nous avons fait, et quel mécanisme, je sais que c'est le souhait de tout un chacun, que les dispositions soient vraiment prises pour que l'impact, les retombées, les résultats, que ce soit pérenne, que ces résultats-là soient plutôt pérennes, que ça ait des décisions qui portent, et qui aboutissent ce que nous sommes en train de faire. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, honorable. Malheureusement, on ne pourra plus prendre de questions parce que les officiels sont déjà là. Ils attendent pour la cérémonie de clôture. Mais je pense qu'il y a une membre de la communauté Nena. Elle a quelques suggestions. Je ne sais pas si elle vous le fera après, mais les officiels sont là du coup.
Pardon, c'est juste pour qu'on ramène la session d'orientation. S'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, ce n'est pas une faute que d'être apprenante à quelque chose. Il y a toujours une première fois. Au niveau global, nous avons des sessions d'orientation. C'est pour les personnes qui viennent pour la première fois. À l'intention du secrétariat, normalement, c'est le premier jour, c'est-à-dire le jour, le pré-événement. Tous ceux qui viennent pour la première fois, qui ont toutes sortes de questions, comment ça marche, à qui est-ce que je peux parler, comment je fais. Moi, je suis une personne ressource, c'est à quoi je sers. Je suis venu depuis dimanche pour être au service de toute personne qui vient d'arriver à IGF, que ce soit ici ou au niveau de nos pays. Donc, il y a Wisdom. Can you raise your hand? Wisdom, il est au Ghana. Le monsieur ici, les gens de MAG, David Bekele, can you raise your hand? Ce sont les anciens, les gens qui ont fait 20 ans, et nous sommes à votre service. Mais Au secrétariat, s'il vous plaît, ramenons les sessions d'orientation. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Nous avons pris note et ceci va clôturer notre session de open mic. So I'm saying that this brings an end to our closing open mic session. So we'll actually do the closing ceremony. The officials are here. So I will let the moderator allow them to take the floor. Then we proceed with the closing ceremony of this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for your session. I think you have a lot of discussion and deep discussion on the way forward for this African Internet Governance Forum. Let me call, we have the MAC President, the Minister of State, and also we have Changatai online, I think. Yes. Changatai is online. Yes. You can sit here. Okay, thank you. I think during 3 days we have we discuss. We start on 20, and with a side event. I think we have around 44 side event, and the forum within 2 days, yesterday and today. And during the forum we have several plenary session as well as a parallel session, and we discuss almost on 10 key issues. Around all this side event and plenary. One, it is the coordination mechanism. How we better involve all key stakeholders in the African IGF for the benefits for the continent. Key stakeholder means government, private society, civil society, and academia. I think there are a lot of recommendations from the different session to see how we can better involve this stakeholder. We have now, I think, a lot of stakeholder involved. Before we didn't have a lot of from private sector. Now we start having people from private sector. It is a good news. The parliamentary track is already there. We have also more member states involved in the African Internet Governance Forum. And you know, African Internet Governance Forum is a UN-led process. It is different to VCs or other because we are not going to have a recommendation here. It's just a forum to discuss the state and the challenge and the sharing experience on the implementation of internet across the continent and across the world. There is any recommendation for IGF, it is a forum of discussion. Second point, policy and regulation. We have exchanged several regulations on internet, how to regulate better this emerging technology, this AI. We have seen some example, a key example from some country. We have the experience of Kenya, of Rwanda, of Tanzania, of South Africa. And now we can come with some idea how to better regulate this AI and emerging technology for the benefits of Africa. Of course, we need to have one approach framework, not to have a strict regulation on AI, because the key objective of AI is to promote innovation across the continent. Also, we discussed about about the digital divide, how we can bridge this digital divide, this gender digital divide across the continent, this DPI infrastructure, how we can better put the infrastructure in the rural area, how we can better ensure we have a very good universal access fund across several countries. We have also some example and some study shared here during this several sessions. Another point, it is a digital inclusion. We need everybody to be part of this digital revolution. And such as the women, the people with disability, and we during the AfriSig we share very good insight how we can better involve all African in this digital revolution. Other point we discuss very important, cybersecurity. How we can better secure our cyberspace, how we can better secure the children, how we can better protect our data, how we can make sure we ensure our digital sovereignty, how we can share our data, how we can govern our data. All points have been discussed during this forum. Also, capacity building. Digital skills is very important. We need to build the digital skills of our youth generation, for everyone, but more for our youth population to be part of this digital revolution. As you know, by 2050, we have 42% of our population will represent the world youth population. And we need to build the skill of this youth population because it is a future for Africa, and Africa can be key actor in this 4th industrial revolution in order to build the skill for the youth generation and put also the sound regulation framework, adequate regulation framework to involve private sector, to put more incentive to the private sector to build the infrastructure in the continent in order to create more job. As you know, this digital technology such as AI can provide more than 22 million per year in Africa. And there is a way where we can find a lot of income and to increase our economic growth across the continent. Also, the funding process, we have to find mechanisms to fund our private sector. And there are a lot of discussion. We have this a Women Digital Economy Fund. It is an opportunity for young entrepreneurs such as women to apply and to get funds to develop some projects for the benefits of the continent. It is some key takeaway I would like to share with you. And before I give the floor to our several panelists for this closing ceremony, I think during your discussion also, there are a lot of issues important rise. I can come to your question, Nena, about African Union. We are working closely with African Union. It doesn't mean African Union should be there at the opening ceremony. It's like ECA also. I think since 3 years or 4 years, African Union is not part of the opening ceremony because we work as one. And African Union is in the track, parliamentarian track. They are active member on the on the secretariat, and we work together. And we are seeing how we can change the way the secretariat work to better serve the community. But I think next year we'll organize in another country in Africa. If ECA is not available, it is the African Union going to open to be at the ceremony. It's not a problem at all for that. Now let me give the floor to the chair of the MAG, Lilian. Lilian, please, you have the floor, please, for your remark.
Thank you so much, Makta. Good evening, everyone. It's with pleasure that I have to join you at the closing, and really apologies. I wasn't present during the opening session, but I'm glad that Nena did not miss me. Otherwise, I would have been on the list of the people she mentioned who are not on the list. But mine is simple, is to give a vote of thanks to you, the participants, who have been greatly attentive throughout the sessions of this forum, but also to the session proposers and those that made it and those that did not make it through. We really appreciate, given the short time frame that we had to work with, to come up with this agenda. But of course, I would like to thank my fellow MAG members, that without them would not be able to be here. We've received the feedback from the community in regard to the timeliness of announcing. Of course, that is in consultation with the Secretariat, but also in terms of, giving notice to the speakers and all the other things that were related to the program. So we'll work with the Secretariat to ensure that some of these issues are addressed. I have a task today. We recall sometime this year, we had a call to review the current charter. And this is a process that started last year, where we came up with a task force during the IGF in Japan last year, the global IGF, with the aim of reviewing the current architecture of the Africa IGF, particularly the Secretariat, the MAG, but also the operating procedures and their related functions. And we may recall that the current charter that we are serving with was drafted and came into force in 2017. So it's been a period of 7 years, and it was indeed due for us to have a new charter to be able to come up with modalities that would work. So some of the things that have been raised will be properly addressed in the current charter. For procedural purposes and transparency, and for those who have not interacted with the charter, there's a current draft on the website, but this task force had 11 members, and these were carefully selected amongst the different individuals within the community. We had 3 working groups. We were looking at the operation structure of the MAG, the Secretariat, and the operating procedures. And I'll not go into those modalities, but I'll just kind of give maybe a few highlights that on the MAG composition, we were able to add 3 new positions. So again, we've had queries, we've had issues of members not knowing who their MAG representatives are from the different civil society, or rather from the different stakeholder groups. So this is something that probably when we issue a call to have new MAG members, please take a look at that and see how you can, be part of this community of new MAG. So currently our charter, which we are going to adopt today, will have a composition of 22 voting members. That will be 20 members from the community and a representative from AUC and ECA. The other task that we were given was to see who makes it to the nominating committee. And this is a committee that will be selected. It is independent, and their whole sole purpose would be to select the new MAG. So again, there will be a call that will be issued in regard to that. The chair, who will be me, in consultation with the Secretariat, will lead that process. Probably this process should take place in the coming months. And last but not least, one of the key highlights was the hosting institution. As you realized today, I know there have been questions about AUC, but we adopted in the new charter the hosting institution, which is ECA, is hosting with a 2-year mandate until 2025. And of course, they are working closely with AUC to coordinate with member states in implementing the IGF Secretariat's mandate and that of the MAG. So early in 2026, we'll have discussions to see how we can review this arrangement, whether to continue reviewing how things will be going with the Secretariat at ECA, and again, the community will be informed. So dear members of the community, we welcome you to take a look at the new charter. Once it is launched, it will be live on the portal after today's meeting. And this charter will be up for renewal every 4 years. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lillian, for that. But we need the active member on the MAG, because the situation we have now, we can't continue like that. We have only, I don't know how many members in the MAG, but we find only 7 or 8 people active. We need people very committed to be part of the MAG. Thank you. Now let me give the floor now to Soren on behalf of the IGF Secretariat.
I don't know what to add. Lillian said everything. The only thing I would like to say is, first of all, thank you. It wouldn't be possible without the community engagement um, throughout the process of organizing this IGF 2024. Yes, we started late, but we're trying to make sure that the secretariat is close to the community and the MAG also close to the community. I think with the help of Wisdom also, we try to engage the community throughout our process, starting with the adoption or the update of the charter, and also making sure that the communities are engaged throughout the process of organizing these workshops. So regarding the African IGF MAG, as Lillian summarized it, we had a series of conversations. The MAG will be open as soon as the new charter is adopted. So the new MAG will take office with the new charter. And the second one was regarding the workshops. As you know that African IGF or any IGF is a community-driven one. So the call for issue was picked by the African stakeholders. So through the call, we had 7 identified topics that came during the discussion. Those ones are like cybersecurity and cybercrime, artificial intelligence, emerging technologies in artificial intelligence, data governance, digital rights and human rights, universal access and meaningful connectivity, sustainability and sustainability of the environment, technical and operational topic, media and local content were the top priority for the region. That's how we guide our conversation or guide our agenda for this year workshop. The top main topic for the region happened to be number 1, emerging technology and artificial intelligence. Number 2, cybersecurity and cybercrime. Number 3 is data governance. Following the issue that came across, we have received over 200 workshop or proposals within short notice. From those 200 workshop, 44 of the workshop made it to the agenda. As you can see, from day 0, we had over 24 workshops parallelly, but throughout we had covered around 44 workshops in total. But on top of the parallel workshop, we had also AfriSIG. I wish Anret was here to cover it. It was 1 week long, starting from the 14th to the 19th. The topic was mainly on data governance and cross-data flow. They concluded that one prior to the African IGF. We also had a parliamentarian track, which was led by Celine from UN IGF. So they conducted the track, and also they had also intergenerational dialogue, collaborating with the youth IGF, which happened on day 0 and day 1. And also we had also partner session, partners like the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. They conducted their regional meeting. They had also the coordination meetings and some of their projects, which was very nice. Sometimes having this kind of forum, it's very important, different partners to introduce their initiative to the bigger communities. And also ISOC happened to be our also partners. They conducted over 4 workshops, and the youth IGF, which I don't want to forget, day 0, it was highly participated by the local and the global one. The local and local Ethiopia, local mean Ethiopian and outside Ethiopia, it was a highly organized focal point like Lily and I see Mariam and Minata from far. They organized their workshops in the Toko, and on emerging technologies. So overall, we had also main sessions or plenary session on 3 topics. Number 1 was disinformation, misinformation, and internet shutdown. The second one was on e-governance capacity development. On the third one is on cybercrime and cybersecurity. And also we had a high-level session on overall thematic area for this year, that is building multi-stakeholder digital future for Africa. On top of this various session, the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership also hold a breakfast workshop on Women in Digital Economic Fund, how women can what they call access funds in developing or bridging the digital divide. So overall, the workshops in the program was highly diverse, and it was different stakeholders were presented. Overall, we have over 700 registered or delegates who participated here. So all I can say is thank you. The Secretariat work was supported by volunteers and the young people that you have seen wearing the white shirt with the ashes. They are from the ECS robotics team. This is part of engaging them for the IGF process, and the MAG's work, and everybody who helped to support the whole program. We are truly grateful, and I would say thank you. And for the open comments, my comment, they are very valuable comment. It's something that we can build upon and improve. And that's all I can say for now. So thank you.
Thank you, Sorena. Now let me give the floor to Changatai. Changatai, good afternoon. I think we are ready now. Everything is ready for the next global IGF in Riyadh. Over to you.
Thank you very much.
I think we are going to have a lot of participation from the continent this year to this global IGF because last year we don't have too many in Kyoto. Over to you, Changatai.
No, that's very good to hear. And before I start, just to answer Nena's question, is that the IGF Secretariat is always here and it's always standing by, and we did follow, and we've got Celine in the crowd as well. And yes, we didn't speak in the opening, but here I am in the closing. So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to join you at the closing of the African Internet Governance Forum in Addis Ababa. On behalf of the UN IGF Secretariat, I would like to extend my deep gratitude to Lillian, Serena, and the African IGF Multi-Stakeholder Organizing Committee, MATA, and the rest of the UN ECA, the hosts, for their exceptional efforts in making this forum a reality. Really, a very good job. After the Youth African IGF, the Regional Parliamentary Track, and a 2-day African IGF discussions, I thank you. I think you can all be proud. The African IGF community, once again, set the bar high when it comes to both the quality and quantity of the multi-stakeholder engagement. I had all the confidence in this regional IGF would succeed once more, as Ethiopia was already a wonderful host to the global community 2 years ago when they hosted the 17th IGF in the beautiful city of Addis Ababa at this very same venue you have been enjoying these past days. The main theme, building your multi-stakeholder digital future for Africa, which was selected for the 13th edition of the regional forum, perfectly aligns with the overarching theme of our upcoming global IGF. Through inspiring opening remarks, among others, from the Ethiopian Minister of Innovation and Technology, His Excellency Belita Mola, who is also a member of our IGF leadership panel, and the over 40 sessions on the program, you demonstrated commitment, determination, and enthusiasm the African community has for a future that is digitally innovative and as such sustainable, bringing better life quality to everyone. You have shared insightful perspectives on various areas of interest that are not only relevant to the region, but to the world as a whole. From harmonizing data governance, fostering inclusive AI, to strengthening gender-responsive cybersecurity and combating internet shutdowns, these discussions reflect not only the pressing concerns, but also the immense potential for innovation and progress on this continent. And you are a forum with a plan on how to do that. A testament to this are the several pre-events that enriched the forum and reconfirmed your strategic commitment to cooperation and partnerships, such as the excellent capacity development that was delivered by the African School on Internet Governance to build digital governance leadership on the continent. The parliamentary track, co-organized with the IGF Secretariat, that underscored the crucial role of lawmakers to harmonize data governance and to shape inclusive and accountable digital policies across Africa and its regions. The African Youth IGF was a tremendous success, showcasing the talent, energy, and ideas of young Africans who are key to driving digital transformation, particularly important with the space given to a dialogue between youth and parliamentarians. Words can't emphasize enough the value of investment in the greatest asset of the African region, the youth, being the youngest continent of all. The meeting of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise also brought valuable insights into capacity building and international collaboration in cybersecurity. Looking ahead, the African IGF offers us a unique opportunity to align our local and regional priorities with global discussions on the governance of our digital world. A few global mechanisms can enable this commitment, and these are, for example, the Global Digital Compact, which is now entering its implementation phase, shaping the principles that will guide our shared digital future. Next year marks the 20-year review of the World Summit on the Information Society, the WSIS, a pivotal moment to assess progress and reaffirm our collective commitment to the multi-stakeholder model. I invite you to join us on the 19th annual IGF meeting hosted by the government of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh from the 15th to the 19th of December, with its team building our multi-stakeholder digital future. The IGF will provide a platform for thousands of stakeholders to engage in over 300 sessions on critical issues shaping the governance of digital technologies. I look forward to meeting and connecting with you all at the upcoming Global Forum in Riyadh. Thank you once again for this week's excellent dialogues on our multi-stakeholder digital future. Thank you.
Thank you, Shangatai, for this, and we'll see you soon in Riyadh, inshallah. Now let me, before I give the floor to the deputy, now on behalf of the Executive Secretary of ECA, Ambassador Clever Gatate, I would like to thank you all for your commitment during these 3 days. This shows your importance for the development of the digital technology across the continent. A special thank also to the Ministry of Technology and Innovation of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia for hosting this event with us and African Union. We would like to thank you all your support for this event. Also, I would like to thank the IGF Secretariat for their participation and their contribution to this important event for the continent. I would like to thank also all members of parliament present here to discuss what is the role and the way forward and how we can build this multi-stakeholder digital future for Africa. Of course, I would like to thank Soren, the focal point of IGF at ECA, for the very good coordination of this event. And also, to thank all the supporting team of this event. We have a lot of people supporting this event. You didn't see them. At the technical level, at the division, you have almost 10 people who support this event. On the content, on everything. At the conference center, there are almost 40 people, starting by conference people, security, IT, supporting this event. In addition to the 20 youth from our robotic competition, thank you once again during your support during these 3 days. I would like also to thank the MAG member for their wonderful work and also this very good relationship and collaboration with ECA, as well as our partner, key partner, ISOC, David. Thank you for your contribution. UNDESA through Changatai and Cecile, thank you. Also the GIZ, thank you for GIZ. I think I didn't forget anyone from the sponsor. I can, where is Yaovi? Yeah. Okay, thank you also for your support. And the UK government. I didn't see the UK government. Thank you for your support. If I forget other sponsor, thank you all. And also our technical partner, APC also, in several areas to drive with this African IGF. African IGF, why it is important for the continent? I think we need, we have several issues and challenges in this continent. And it is the right time now, as we are going to implement the 5 objectives of the Global Digital Compact. Africa should speak one voice to see what are our priorities and how we can find solutions to overcome to our priority in line with the 5 objectives of the Global Digital Compact, namely connectivity, inclusion, cybersecurity, security, data governance, and governance of AI. I think I wish during the next Global IGF in Riyadh, African countries should be involved in all discussion across the several thematic organized during the session, during the next the Riyadh IGF Summit Forum. And as African, we should be available to talk about on our priority and also to share our experience. Everything is not bad in the continent. We have very good experience we can share with others. We can learn also with others, yeah, and others can learn from us. We need to go there with this positive spread. We go to share and to get some idea, and also this idea should be benefit for the development of the continent. You are here today. You are you represent your country, your organization, or your institution. I recommend you when you go back home to share the key discussion, a key takeaway we have here in Addis Ababa to see how we can reflect it at the national level to better design policy and oriented action for the development of your country, your region, and your continent. To conclude, thank you once again for all of you. UNECA is ready to support, it is our mission to support all African countries to develop their digital technology policy, to build your capacity, to ensure you can be key actor in this digital and safe space. Also, we didn't talk about lots on other area We work on technology. We work on climate change. We have too many things in climate change. It is one of key challenge of the continent. The issue of agriculture also is very important because like 60% of our population live in the rural area. And also this maritime economy, blue economy. Also, we didn't discuss a lot about blue economy, how technology can be used in the blue economy side. It is a way now the future for the world, and Africa can take a lot of benefits of this blue economy. Also, thank you once again to all of you, and I wish you safe back at your home, and see you soon, inshallah. And maybe some people we are going to meet in Riyadh. Thank you. And now I'm going to give the floor now to my brother, Dr. Yasun, the Minister of State of Ministry of ICT and Innovation Technology, Federal Republic of Ethiopia.
Thank you, Dr. Martar. Good evening, Excellencies, honorable guests, esteemed partners, distinguished guests, and all stakeholders. First of all, I would like to thank all of you, especially the international partners who came from abroad to the land of origin, Ethiopia, and the beautiful city of Addis Ababa. I think you enjoyed your stay here in Addis Ababa, and I think you may come in the future for maybe for visiting as a tourist. So I invite all of you to do that. Having said this, it is a privilege to stand you at the close of this momentous African Internet Governance Forum. Over the past 2 days, and today, the third day, we have engaged in rich discussions and forged deeper partnerships guided by our shared commitment to building multi-stakeholder digital future for Africa. Today, I am filled with a renewed sense of hope and determination as I reflect on the progress we have made and the path that lies ahead. Africa's digital journey is one of the immense potential, resilience, and opportunity. This forum has underscored a vital truth. The digital future we seek must be inclusive, collaborative, and it must be transformative. We cannot afford to leave anyone behind, be it women, youth, rural communities, or persons with disabilities. Our diversity is our strengths, and it must be fully represented as we shape policies and strategies to drive Africa's digital transformation. One of the most urgent priorities discussed is connectivity within Africa. While significant strides have been made, millions of Africans remain offline, excluded from the benefits of digital age. I urge all stakeholders, governments, private sectors, and international partners to intensify investments in affordable and sustainable broadband infrastructure. We must explore innovative models like public-private partnership and community networks to ensure last-mile connectivity. Recommendations that to take away from this forum and the call to action, I identified around 3: strengthening digital policies, empowering youth and women, and also addressing the digital divide. When strengthening digital policies, governments across Africa must harmonize policies that encourage innovation, promote competition, and protect users' rights. We must commit to creating regulatory frameworks to attract investment while safeguarding freedoms such as privacy and access to information. Regarding empowering youth and the women, Africa's greatest resource is its people, particularly its vibrant youth and women. We must develop programs to foster digital literacy, encourage entrepreneurship, and provide funding mechanisms for startups and SMEs. This includes initiatives to increase participation in STEM fields and leadership roles in technology. Addressing the digital divide Beyond physical access to technology, we must ensure digital inclusivity through affordable devices, data plans, and localized contents. Special attention should be given to rural areas and marginalized groups, ensuring no community is left behind in our digital journey. In addition to that, strengthening cybersecurity is very important. A secure digital future requires robust cybersecurity measures. Governments must work with the private sector and academia to establish frameworks that protect users from cyber threats and build trust in digital platforms. And also, building local capacity is the other way. So in this regard, Africa's digital future depends on its ability to create homegrown solutions. Let us invest in research and innovation hubs and encourage regional collaboration and leverage our talented developers, engineers, and creatives to build platforms tailored to Africa's unique challenges and opportunities. The last but not least is collaborating for global advocacy. We have to collaborate for the global advocacy. Africa must continue to assert its voices in global internet governance dialogues. Our priorities, equity, inclusivity, and sustainability must shape the global digital agenda. Let us strengthen regional cooperation to present a unified stance on issues like data sovereignty and cross-border digital trade. As we close, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration that has defined this forum. I urge each of you to take the ideas and partnership cultivated here and translate them into actionable strategies. The future of Africa's digital transformation is in our hands, and we cannot delay. One of our ministries' tasks is I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, speakers, and participants who made this event a success. Your insights, dedication, and passion have illuminated a clear path toward our shared vision. Together, let us continue building a digital Africa that is inclusive, innovative, and resilient, a continent where technology uplifts every citizen and bridges the gap between potential and opportunity. Let us remain united in this journey, knowing that a prosperous digital Africa is not just possible, but inevitable through our collaborative effort. And finally, thank you, and I wish all you safe travel. Let us stay connected, committed, and inspired to work together for a brighter digital future for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now we are at the end of this closing ceremony, but before we should agree on the next African IGF. We have a proposal from Tanzania, but I don't know if there is an official. Huh? Yeah. Tanzania delegate. Online or in person? It's online. Okay. Okay, Leo, we give you the floor. We need confirmation from your government for the next African IGF. Yeah, you have the floor. Leo, huh?
Thank you, Dr. Makta. Honorable guests, hope you hear me.
Yes, yes. Please go ahead. We hear you very well.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Makta. Honorable guests, esteemed colleagues and distinguished stakeholders, it's with great pride and honor that I address before you today at the 13th Annual Africa IGF meeting, a remarkable event that has, over the past decade, become a cornerstone of our digital landscape in Africa. The Africa IGF is more than just an event. It's a strategic initiative that underscore our commitment to become a productive digital society. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of the Minister of the Information, Communication and Information Technology of the Government of United Republic of Tanzania to accept the offer of hosting the next 14th Africa IGF meeting in Tanzania. We're indeed grateful to host the next annual Africa IGF meeting in Tanzania, and welcome all of you to our beautiful country. Tanzania is a country renowned for its cultural and natural diversities, a land of peace and political stability in Africa. This is a country where Swahili language was born and was spoken, a country well known for renewable tourism destination including Mount Kilimanjaro, the roof of Africa, exotic Zanzibar Island, and more than 16 wildlife-rich national parks including Serengeti, Ngorongoro, Crater, Silas, and many more. So we are looking ahead to 2025 with the gratitude and humility. We want to accept again to host the next 14th IGF meeting in Tanzania. Together, we will continue to foster relationship that catalyze social economic development, encourage innovation, and drive the growth of our internet and the digital landscape in general. Asanteni sana na karibuni sana Tanzania.
Thank you, Leo, for this offer from the government of Tanzania through the Minister of ICT. It will be in Arusha.
Yes, in Arusha.
Dar es Salaam or where? Eh?
We have two options, only Arusha and Zanzibar.
You have two options. Now
Arusha,
let me check the room where you want to go, Arusha or Dar es Salaam?
Zanzibar.
Zanzibar, yeah. Okay, Leo, we recommend Zanzibar. The delegate want to go to Zanzibar. Eh? I think the minister will agree. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Now on the date, we expected that in your calendar. Which months you think we can? Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that is going to be done in June. So we'll need to agree on the date and confirm it.
Okay, now because I think it's too late. November is too late.
Yeah.
I don't know how you delegating about that. Because November is too late and very close to the end of the year. I don't know when next year IGF will issue that off. Celine, for next year IGF, when? In June, next year.
Next year, global IGF will take place in June 2025.
Please, Celine.
The next global IGF 2025 will take place in June in Norway. The dates are not yet set, but soon to be announced.
Okay, in June. Leo, the next global one will be in June. We have to organize before June, inshallah. Okay? Now we can negotiate on that. Yeah.
No problem.
Thank you. Now, I think you have a Swahili, yeah? You can, which one want to, you want to speak on Swahili? Okay, come here. Okay, we call upon all the delegates from Tanzania. How many people? Come on, Tanzania, come on, Tanzania. all delegates from Tanzania, please come. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The body was whispering. This is you conspire.
Yes, it's on. It's on.
It's on?
Yeah.
Hello. Habari za jioni. Salama sana. You got it. Habari za asubuhi. Za asubuhi ni asubuhi, in the morning. Za mchana is in the afternoon. Jioni is in the evening. Habari zenu. Unasema nzuri. Okay, clap for yourself, guys. Okay, we are very excited, and my name is Naza Nicholas Kirama. Doctor, in fact, a new doctor in town. We are not used to these titles, but a PhD holder in the last 2 weeks. So it's very exciting. I'm going to compete with Dr. Makta now. A little bit. No, he's in a different rank. First of all, we would like to thank the African IGF, MAG, and the whole team for putting the great show for this IGF 2024. A round of applause for the team, ladies and gentlemen. And secondly, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank to congratulate Makta for winning the award for, he is our champion, ladies and gentlemen, and I think he deserves the round of applause as well. 3, our minister and the whole ministry and the whole of Tanzania is ready to welcome you, to host you in the land of Kilimanjaro, Serengeti, and the Spice Land of Zanzibar. So, karibuni sana. And like I said, my name is Naza, Dr. Kirama. And currently I serve as the national coordinator for the Tanzania Internet Governance Forum. And we're very glad for a very committed focal point in the government. Mr. Leo Magomba is an instrumental as it can be. So with that, I thank you and I welcome all of you. And I think my mentor Lillian is very excited to have this in Tanzania as well. Thank you so much and congratulations for everything that you have done for this year's African IGF and karibuni sana Tanzania.
Asante sana. Thank you very much, Dr. Naza.
And the team you see here is from Tanzania.
Yes.
And I think you can. We have the little flag. We can even take a picture. And do we have the East African neighbors? Come on, please. Israeli speakers. Uganda, Rwanda. Yeah. The team is
Congo.
And also, ladies and gentlemen, we have our coordinator for the East Africa Internet Governance Forum, Miss Lillian. I think she's there. So, anybody would like to say something? Lillian? Oh.
I know I stand here congratulating our neighbors, and on behalf of the Kenyan contingent that is here, I wear many hats, but we want to say that thank you so much for Tanzania. Let's give Tanzania a round of applause. And as very good neighbors, we shall be there. We will support Tanzania and make sure that Tanzania has a successful event. Many thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Tk you very much. I think we are at the end of this ceremony. And we can count on Leo because we organized very good the Wishes Forum two months ago in Tanzania. It was well organized and we get a lot of support from the government. And once again, thank you for your offer and also congratulations for the well organization of the Wishes Plus 20 in Tanzania. And our greeting regard to the minister. Thank you very much. And thank you to the Tanzanian delegation. Now we have for 2025, it will be Tanzania. If there is any country who would like to organize in 2006, you can think about it and make a proposal. Otherwise, if we didn't get any country for 2027, we'll organize here in Addis Ababa. Thank you. The meeting now is over, and you can go for the break. The coffee is outside, same place. And see you soon, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we will be serious, okay? We're serious.
Take mine. I have one. Is it looking nice? You have the background.
You have the background and you have both of us also. Name?
Should I have a picture?
Yeah.
And you?
And I will take it. Hello. Vertical. You can vertical. Okay, the phone. Make it vertical.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Okay. Okay, come here. I will take one photo.
Oh, yeah. This one. Yeah, it's okay.
Have a seat. Okay.
Did you capture me? But I look like a post myself.
ትራቭል ፋይል በራስህ ለመሄድ ነው ወይስ አግኝተሃል? አላገኘሁም። ገና እየፈለኩ ነው። አይ እኔም እንደዛ ስለሆነ ለመሄድ እርግጠኛ አይደለሁም። ያው ብዙ ሰው የተሻለ ገንዘብ የምናደርገው ከሁሉም ሀገር ነው። ከሁሉም ሀገር ከወርቶቹ የተሻለ ብዙ ያን ያለ ማለት ነው። ሴቪንግ ነው አነግረህ over 500 people partial partial ነው ሁሉ ነው አትሊስት ሴሽን ቢኖረን ትንሽ አቃጣይ ምንድን ነው ታዲያ ሴሽን ማለት ፕሮፖዛል ቪዲዮ አልፏል ቆየቷል። ልክ ወደ ኖርዌው ግን የኖርዌው መዘጋጀት አብረን እንትን ማለት ነው። የሶስት በርከት አደረገ እስከ 5 ፕሮፖዛል እናስገባለን። ከዛ ውስጥ አንድ የሁለት የሚመረጥ የእንትኑ አይጄፕስ የኢትዮጵያ ልጅ መቼም እንገናኛለን። እደውልልሃለሁ። እናወራለን።
Hello, anybody found the car keys, please? Yeah, car keys. It is his car. Maybe he left it in the car. Huh? Oh, if anybody wants tea or coffee, there is downstairs, please, before you go.